the open group. Something that's been out a little while now. For some reason, it took a while for people to really notice, but now they are. And you'll hear about that from my colleague Andrew Josey. He's going to tell you all a little bit about that. And some of the conversations I've had here with those of you who are here for architecture, every single one of you has mentioned it. So you guys are aware, and there is a lot of interest in it. And then, continuing in the digital theme, we're going to have a session on digital products, what they are, why they matter, and why enterprise architecture matters. And that will also be a double act from Mark Bodman and Dan Warfield. I'll introduce them separately along the way. But that is basically our agenda for the next however long we've got. I haven't even counted, but it's going to fly by. I know it will. A reminder to those of you in the room, if you want to ask questions of any of the speakers, go to slido.com. No need to download anything, and put in the meeting code OGDC. For those of you who are online, joining us remotely, please submit your questions in through whatever channel you are joining us with, and we have a way of getting them, hopefully, getting them to me so I can ask the speakers too. So don't be shy in asking questions, and I'll try and get through as many as we can. We do have to keep to time, so I may not get to everything, but please feel free to submit those questions, and hopefully the system will work and they'll appear just as they would as if you were in the room. So that's it for announcements, I think. Well, one last plug. Those of you who are into tweeting, into Twitter, by all means, if you hear anything interesting or things that you would like the rest of the world to know, hashtag, that's harder to say, hashtag OGDC, and then whatever you want to say. So that's the intro. I'm going to get going to try and make up some time for the rest of our speakers. So TOGAF, the 10th edition, is the topic for me today. The TOGAF Standard 10th edition. And as I say, we announced it in April. We've had a lot of interest in it since. And I'm just going to guide you through what's different about it. Many of the people in the room here, probably many of you out on the live stream, may well be certified in the TOGAF standard, probably to version 9. Over 120,000 people are in the world, so it wouldn't be a surprise if some of you, if not many of you, are. But as I say, we've updated it, and I just want to give you a brief overview in the time I have available on what's new. And basically, what's new is it's an extended, two main things if you take away. An extended modular structure. So I'll say a bit more about what that means in a moment. And some quite significant expanded new content. And the content that we've added is really in the form, you'll see, mostly in the form of something we call series guides. And it's all about, it's responding to what we've heard from practitioners over several years now. What they want is more and more in-depth content about how to actually use the standard, in whether that's generally or in certain specific areas, certain specific industries. We've got a number of different things, and I'll show you what they are. But the new standard, new version includes, so far, 20 series guides. So that's really what is new in the standard. And this slide keeps extending, but that's basically what I just said. But I wanted to pause just for a moment before I go into more about the modular structure and the content, just to say about how we make the standard. Now, it's done. Make is the kind of the best word I can think of right now. Like most things in the open group, just about everything in the open group, it is member driven. The open group staff don't say, hey, this would be a good idea, let's have a standard here. there's no point. It needs to start with a need in the market, a business goal a business problem to solve, or a business goal to be achieved. It's member-driven, it's experience-based. We've got a lot of people who contribute to the TOGAF standard inside the Open Group, and all our other standards, of course. They're subject matter experts in that field. And they may participate mostly on one standard, whether it's TOGAF or it might be one of our security standards or something else completely different. But where we need input from across different disciplines, our forums cooperate and collaborate on that. And some of that has been very evident in the new version of the TOGAF standard, the 10th edition. For example, collaboration between the Architecture Forum and the Security Forum. And like everything we do in the Open Group, it is consensus-based. So it's not a question of one point of view or one organization can railroad their view of life into the standard. It has to be consensus-based, and that's how we operate, and that's true for the TOGAF standard and has been through every version, including the latest. So what is it? You can see it's an enterprise architecture methodology and framework, first and foremost. And it's developed by EA practitioners for EA practitioners. That's the important part, and it's based on best practice. And what you'll find happens inside the Architecture Forum, if somebody says, I think we should do this somebody's going to ask the question, do you know if that works? Have you tried it? Is that real? We try and get best practice in, things that are tried and tested, not just maybe good ideas. So that's what it's based on. And it's used by the world's leading organizations. We've got charts and that we've had for years on how many organizations in what industries, but let me just say this, most large organizations in the world, a vast majority of large organizations in the world are using TOGAF in some way. And the number is huge. As I said, just for the latest version of the certification program, there are 120,000 individuals around the world who are using it, and that represents an enormous number of companies around the world who are using it. And when we ask, what are you using it for? There can be individual reasons, individual uses, of course, but essentially has always been for operational efficiency or helping to redesign a particular part of the organization or creating from scratch a new part of the organization using enterprise architecture and using the TOGAF standard. But more recently, over the last several years, it's become particularly useful for helping architect digital transformation inside organizations. That's what we hear as often as anything else. This is fundamental to that, and I'll get into a bit about architecture and agile in a moment, but fundamentally enterprise architecture and TOGAF specifically are making a great difference, in fact sometimes referred to as fundamental to digital transformation. So the updated document, this is an important slide. We've basically broken things down into, have I got a pointer? I know I do, yes. Basically broken things down here into fundamental content and TOGAF series guides. Before I go into those, what I want you to be aware of is up here we have, you can't read the small print obviously up there, but that is the Open Group library. This is on our website. You can get to any standard, guide, white paper that the Open Group has published in the TOGAF library. Within the TOGAF library, within the Open Group library, you will find the TOGAF library. Lots of stuff around earlier versions of TOGAF, including the standards, and you'll have lots of things to do with certification, like study guides and practice tests and all that kind of thing. So within that sits the TOGAF Standard 10th edition. And that is essentially broken down into fundamental content, and you can see what that is here. It's the, I'll show you a series guides. The intent is that the fundamental content is stable. Not completely, it doesn't mean it will never change, but it's pretty stable at this point and enduring. The series guides are intended to be more dynamic and be able to be updated more regularly. I would like to think that this is the last big bang version of updating the whole of the TOGAF standard. The whole idea of the modular structure is to make it easier to update piecemeal and parts of the standard. So that's really the difference between the two. And this is very much how to use the standard. Please go back. Please go back. There we go. How to use the standard. And the other thing that I want to point out is, as well as the standard itself, in the TOGAF library we have a real wealth of really useful information, whether it's white papers, guides, tools, anything that might be useful to a TOGAF practitioner. Go to the TOGAF library, you might be surprised by what's there. So, more on the 10th edition. We've basically produced it in 3 different formats. So you've got a digital format, and I'll talk about that. I'll talk about each of them actually separately, but the digital format here is new. It's an HTML format. You can get to, it kind of visualizes the content so that you can go to where you are most interested in as quickly as you can. And it has a couple of other features I'll come to. We have the PDF version that you can download from the website. And we have a series of books that we've basically got packages of books, but we've broken things down. And those of you who are here in the room, you can go and see those at the Van Haren publishing table. And those of you who aren't in the room, you can see them depicted here on the or on our website in the library. So that's the different formats. I'll explain a little about them. But something to stress before I go into the new content. Continuity in standards is important, and it's really important when you've got a standard that's as widely used as TOGAF is. So fundamentally, the core character of TOGAF is retained. So, lots of people will recognize the ADM. That is retained, the architecture development method. We've got catalogs, dialogues, matrices. We've got all sorts of things here. The fundamental content, the fundamental nature is largely retained. I will give you some numbers in a moment about rough percentages of new content, but we haven't really changed that. But what I'll show you what's included in it. So we've got, we've reorganized it. Basically, this is what I referred to about the modular structure. We have, taking it up here, we have the introduction and concepts. We have the ADM techniques. We have applying the ADM, the architecture content. Of course, the ADM, as it's always been, is very central. And we have material on enterprise architecture capability and governance. That is the fundamental content. It's reorganized into these 6 areas. But a lot of it is the same. I said I'd give you some numbers. 58% of it is unchanged. 12% of it is updated. There's a timer on here I can't deal with. Here we are. And 12% of it is updated, and 30% of it is new content. So a lot of that new content appears in the series guides. As I say, it's about how to use it and guidance material. So that's what's there. In terms of the series guides, I don't know if you can even read them, but this presentation will be available to people after the meeting. But you can also see them listed on the website. But There are 20 series guides so far, and there is work underway to create more as well. As I say, these are how-to documents, guidance documents. And we basically break them down into some buckets, really. General how-to, a practitioner's approach to developing enterprise architecture following the ADM, using the TOGAF standard in digital enterprise. And then we got some more kind of domain-specific things. So we've got 6 business architecture series guides here. We've got a security architecture, integrating risk and security within a TOGAF enterprise architecture. That's an example of a collaboration activity that I talked about at the beginning between the security forum and the architecture forum here at the Open Group. Data and information management is one of those, and 2 around Agile. So let's address the elephant in the room. Agile means no architecture, right? Well, of course it doesn't. It means, as somebody just said to me beforehand, it means anarchy. What we've done is to go to pains to actually describe how the two are not incompatible, how you can use architecture and TOGAF specifically in an agile environment. And there's one paper particularly on applying the ADM using agile sprints. So as I said, you'll hear more about agile architecture in another standard of ours, the Open Agile Architecture. You'll hear a bit more about that later in the meeting, but that's just to show you some of the series guides, and then some more extended series guides. We've got reference models and methods, and a leader's guide to establishing and evolving EA capability. This is one they're all great, of course, but this one addresses a question that I get asked a lot at events like this, and have been asked this for years. How do I go about establishing an EA capability in my organization? Or sometimes it's put, my boss has told me to go and get an enterprise architecture. What do I do? Various versions of that. This is a really great guide on the things you need to think about while you're building an EA capability inside your organization. Okay. This is a great place to start. There's a lot of information out there, a lot of material, as I've said. If I'm gonna point you to one place, it's gonna be here. It's a white paper, and it's called An Introduction to the TOGAF Standard 10th edition. And guess what it does? It gives you a great introduction to the TOGAF Standard 10th edition. Explains the motivation for it. It's really the substance and revisions, new additions, kind of summarizing what I'm summarizing, but in a white paper. You can take your time over reading it. It's a great document, and it will lead you to links and places to follow up for more detail for the areas that you're particularly interested in. So that is definitely one I would recommend. Go to that white paper. The digital edition, this is new. We haven't had a digital edition of our TOGAF standard before this one. I talked about the visualization. You can see here, you've got, in the first column here, the navigation graphics. You've got getting started and the benefits. And then here you've got practitioner guidance, organizing enterprise architecture content, and domain-specific guidance, and so on and so forth. I won't go through every box. Information on certification and the library, how to get involved if you want to know more. So this is a new format. It's I won't say it's an experiment. We've been intending to do it for a while, but it is the first time we've done it. And one of the features of it is that you can now directly give feedback on the document, on the standard. Sorry, this button, there we go. You can submit feedback. So if it's a bug that you found or something that isn't clear, you can go, you basically submit feedback on a form, and we will monitor that feedback. It will get played back to our editorial team if it's an editorial change. It will go to the architecture forum if it's of more substance. Have you thought about this? Or I tried this and it wasn't very clear. So we're looking for feedback. And this is a great way to do it. always wanted feedback, and one of the reasons we started TOGAF user groups years ago was to get feedback from people who were using the standard or people who were interested in using the standard. Because although the Architecture Forum is comprised of a lot of organizations and a lot of individuals, there's a whole world out there that's using it that's not a member of that forum. So getting the perspectives of people who are using it has always been important. This is a new vehicle for doing exactly that. So, next. Important EA content in the library. Yeah, so this is just another example of something that you'll find in the library, not specific to the TOGAF Standard 10th edition, but another question I hear a lot is about TOGAF as an enterprise architecture framework or standard, and Archimate as a modeling language. And the two work very nicely together. This is actually something you'll find in here, a model, an exchange, file exchange format. It's not in either of the standards, either being TOGAF or the Archimate standards. But it is a useful document. It may be something you're interested in. I bring it up as an example of the kind of content you can find in the library. So, looking ahead, yes, it took us a while to get to the 10th edition. Doesn't mean that there isn't a long way to go still in content. Whilst I said the fundamental content will be largely stable, there's lots of areas that we want to tackle, lots of guidance that we want to write still to encourage the adoption, to facilitate the adoption and use of the standard. So we have more TOGAF series guides in development with supporting content, white papers, and we would expect to see more frequent updates to something in the TOGAF standard. We might update a series guide, we might add new series guides, and we should be able to do that in a way that allows us to stay current. And here's a question I've been asked. I've had $1 for every time I've been asked this since April the 25th. How about certification? Well, here's the answer. We will announce something in the coming months. Well, some months have gone by since April the 25th, so the number of months is getting shorter, but I stand here and you can hold me to it that very soon now you will hear something about certification to TOGAF Standard 10th edition. But what I will say is we do have badges. I was having a conversation with somebody just before I came up here about credentials. They're not certifications, but they're credentials on pieces of knowledge, and you know, some people like them and collecting badges, and some people don't. It's more important than collecting badges. These are specifically aimed at certain areas. So, you know, business architecture, for example, integrating risk and security, TOGAF essentials. These are all here already. They have been for a while now. What you will see as part of the new program is more credentials, more opportunities to really focus down on things that are important to you. So that's all I can really say for now, except we do think the new program is going to answer a lot of the things we've heard about. You know, it needs to be useful for my career. It needs to be relevant to me in a certain area of expertise or a certain type of organization. One thing I will say about certification as well is, and the standard in general, the 10th edition does not deprecate TOGAF 9. TOGAF 9, TOGAF 9.1, TOGAF 9.2, whichever you want to take. It doesn't deprecate that. So if you are partway through studying for TOGAF 9 exam, carry on. You should. Nothing in there is going to be a waste of your time. We will provide one of the things we can say is we will provide a bridge from TOGAF 9 certification to 10th edition, or whatever it's called, certification. So you will be able to take that. So it's still worthwhile taking TOGAF 9, and many organizations still are. The numbers are going up, which is great, and we would want to see that continue. So do carry on. Don't think that there's a bunch of stuff in the 10th edition or in the certification program for it that means that what you've learnt in 9 is a waste of time. That's just not the case. It's additional to, it's additive. A little more about resources, more for you so that you can look at this afterwards. But yeah, go to opengroup.org, TOGAF, and then within that, the TOGAF 10th edition. These are the names of, these slides will be made available. These are the names of some of my colleagues in the Open Group who are responsible for enterprise architecture in the case of Chris Ford, and Archimate in the case of Kelly Cannon, and Mark Dixon and Dan Hutley for the Architecture Forum. So that's basically all I have to say. What I haven't done yet is look to see what questions I'm going to ask myself that have come through. But let me see. I can see there are at least 2. Okay, here's the first question. For those of you joining us on LinkedIn Live or YouTube, the way we ask questions at Open Group events is through something called Slido. You may have heard me say so at the beginning of this talk. So what I'm doing now is doing that, and I usually ask the questions of the speakers, but since I'm the speaker, I'll ask my own questions. First one is from somebody on YouTube. Does the new TOGAF 10 standard mean that the newer certification aspirants get TOGAF 10 certified? Well, we haven't announced or totally finalized the name, so whether it will be TOGAF 10 certified or not, I can't say, but what you will get is if you take an exam that is part of the new program, you will get the updated, latest certification that is relevant to what you take. Yes, absolutely. YouTube question. Can we download the TOGAF and Archimate model file that was just shown? Yes, you can. I'm not sure at this point I can go back and show, but yes, you can. That was in a specific document that is in the TOGAF. Is it in the TOGAF library? I think it is in the TOGAF library. It's certainly somewhere in the Open Group library, but I think it's in the TOGAF library. It is a white paper on how to represent an enterprise architecture in the Archimate modeling language. I don't think I can. Maybe I can. Yes, I can go there. Good. There we go. No, next one. Next one. Next one. Next one. There. That is, these are models. So this is actually from 2 different, these are from 2 different documents. There's the Enterprise Continuum, which is mapped to Archimate elements, and the meta model based on Archimate spec to cover the complete TOGAF ADM. They are available in the Open Group library as examples. I'm sure whoever asked that question, if you ask another question, we'll try and get you a pointer to, let us know who you are, we'll try and get you a pointer to the exact place you can find those. So, any other questions? Last call. If not, and some come in a moment or so, then I'm sure we'll have some time to take them later. But if not, quick overview. It's a significant new development for the Open Group and for the enterprise architecture community, and we're delighted that it's out. And watch this space for news on certification. And some of you in the room helped create the 10th edition. Some of you out there may have helped create the 10th edition. Thank you very much for your contributions so far. Lots of work still to be done. So thank you very much. That's all I have to say. So, next up, we are going to hear about creating a future-proof business with a modern enterprise architecture practice. And to do that, we have Yannick Rudloff, who is the VP and Managing Director for North America for Mega International. Mega have been one of the sponsors of our event this week. Thank you for that. Yannick, as I say, is a VP and Managing Director. He's worked for Mega International in various roles for 12 years, and he currently serves as the VP and Managing Director of North American markets. So a warm welcome from the open group here in the room, and those of you outside, please applaud. Yannick, over to you.
Very much.
There's the clicker.
All right. So let me try to understand how it works. Excellent. Thank you very much. So the topic we will explore today is about creating business value from the enterprise architecture. And I'm going to talk about the topic that Steve just mentioned as well, which is to see that in the context of having architecture, agile teams, and have them work together to create that business value that is really, I would say, the essence of what the enterprise architecture team should provide to the company. So for that, we are going to explore a couple of things. I have some analogies to share with you today that will, I would say, trend towards my point that I have to make today. But yeah, the idea is to explore that creation of the business value from the enterprise architecture team. The first point is to understand who is the value for. So at Mega, we've created that framework that is what we call noisy to influential, on which we assess our clients when they start with us to understand how their enterprise architecture practice is perceived by stakeholders consuming the assets, the product that the EA team is providing. So it's really interesting because we were working on that side of the framework with our clients, and when we go to events such as today, we're actually asking questions to our clients. Okay, how do you see yourself? How do you see the enterprise architecture team delivering value to the enterprise? And they will ultimately go very, very quickly to the trusted and influential kind of measurement, right? But then we add a caveat to that, and we say to them, okay, but how do you think your work is perceived then by others? If you put yourself into the shoes of your stakeholders, how do you think they perceive you? And then suddenly the message would a bit change and be more towards noisy to useful kind of point of view. Our idea is that we are creating that to make sure that we have a framework to make our customer evolve. To start with an EA practice, or it might be rebooted, it might be just starting right now. You will start at this level of noisy where you are starting the effort, making sure that you are creating the right product and making sure that you can evolve. What we want to do with our clients is quickly evolve to the useful kind of view. Useful kind of view is that the EA team will push some content, will push the product to the teams that are needing that. And what we want to achieve here is that the word gets out. You help a team, and this team is talking to another team and saying, okay, the EA team helped me to achieve this and that achievement, or help me to achieve my goals, and maybe they can help you as well. And then suddenly this other group comes to see the EA team and will be able to help them as well. And the ultimate goal that we want to try to achieve is when we are influential, that means that even before the project is starting, the team is going to see the EA team and asking them, okay, how can I do? How can I do better? How can I align my project with the strategy? How can I make sure that we are achieving the right goals? Now, this is where we want to be. The idea that we have is that EA should really be there to help clarify the vision of the company. I have an example right there that is quite funny to me because I was hearing about that from an event that I was attending to a couple of years ago. And it's President JFK, who was touring NASA at the time, and he was just encountering a janitor and asking him, okay, what are you doing today with your room? And the janitor is answering, well, I'm helping putting a man on the moon. And that shows you the connectedness that this person had towards the vision that was expressed at NASA at the time. This example, of course, is kind of an easy example as well, because at that moment, putting a man on the moon was the ultimate goal of NASA, and it was clearly identified. Somehow, in today's complex organization, it might be not as clear as that. So this is really where EA can help clarify the vision, clarify the way it will be structured in the enterprise. So when we want to communicate strategies, very often what happens is that we are breaking down that strategy into multiple business lines, business units. One will be for finance, one will be for the operations, one will be for HR, etc., etc. So we will be able to break that down. And somehow we will also break that down into multiple levels of roles or jobs, etc. I have some examples right there: senior VP, directors, managers, etc., etc. So the idea of that is that we would imagine that at some point the strategy is clearly defined, and somehow every role that you have will be under this umbrella of the strategy. Of course, this is not how it works most of the time. Most of the time what happens is that we have that example that I took again from a participant that was in a panel with me a couple of months ago. It's more of a strategy shredder, right? So you're shredding the strategy into multiple little pieces like that, and then everybody gets one little piece of the strategy. But they have no idea how that connects to the global picture and how that connects to actually what we are envisioning to do in the enterprise. So it's really important, and this is really where EA has a strong play to do, to tie these little shredded pieces of paper together so that everybody gets a piece of it, but they also understand how it fits together in the global point of view. Whenever we start an EA practice with a client at Mega, we always ask that question that is, why do you have an enterprise architecture practice? From my point of view, we've discussed about that many times with multiple customers, but from my point of view, I always tend to go to this umbrella of saying that the enterprise architecture team is in charge of continuously aligning the strategy with the operations using the right business model, right operating model in that case. This is what I say here. Of course, this is an umbrella statement. It's broad, right? So it has to be refined for each use case that you're going to have. But my point of view is that here, EA team is really here to guide the company, making sure that continuously when operations making decision, it stays aligned or somewhat aligned to what the company is doing. I remember being in some companies working with them and having launch of tools, celebrating new arrival of tools in the company, without realizing that this new trend, this new tool that they just brought was completely not aligned with the strategy. Every moment, every decision you will be able to make should be always aligned toward the same goal and aligned with what everybody wants to have at the end of the day. So let's take a little bit of a conversational example right there. So the idea that I have with the next slide is to provide a bit of a light example of guidance on how teams would see each other. When I see sometimes modern architecture teams, development teams, they are trendy, they are agile, they are hip. This is kind of what we can see here on the left side, this new fashionable kind of people right there. And somehow it's true, right? I mean, these guys are achieving lots of great things in a fast manner, aligning their product quickly to the market, and they deserve a lot of credit for that. But the way that sometimes maybe the EA would see them would be more in a way of this kind of, group. They are, synchronized, they work together, they work fine, and somehow it's true, right? So they are achieving something like that. In another way, the EA, the way they see themselves is more like Atlas holding the world, right? So you're like thinking about all the business architecture, the IT architecture, the strategy, aligning everybody, making sure that everybody stays together. And in a way, again, it might be true, maybe not as much as that, but there is some elements to that. And at the end of the day, the modern software team sees the boot of the EA team on their face because they feel like constrained by all of the things that the EA team would like them to use, the technologies, the frameworks, everything, and it's kind of, for them, slowing them down. Our idea here is to make sure that, how can we make sure that this modern and agile point of view, and we were talking about that before with open agile framework as well, how do we make sure that these guys who are working at a fast pace, clearly aligned with the market needs, is working with the enterprise architecture, which is seen more as constraining them and not allowing them to go as fast as they would like to go. And for us, it's a question of perspective. If you change the perspective, if we make sure that there is a clearly defined goal that the modern teams and the enterprise architecture teams will work together to, we will achieve that. Let me tell you how we can achieve this with the next slide. So to add a bit of context, I have another analogy that is about soccer. Soccer for the US, football if you're European like me. So yeah, I call that football. Let's call it football, right? So the idea is that when you look at that, this is the trajectory of a player on the field that is dribbling and actually scoring a goal at the end of the day. For this scenario, this player has to be very agile. He has to be able to have a good control of the ball. He has to be able to dribble. He has to be able to pass on their different opponents and then score the goal. When you are working like this, you don't expect anybody from your team to go on the field to try to stop you. Or you don't expect even the coach from your team to go on the field and tell you, oh, wait a minute, you have to go on the right or the left. No. This player will play as he wants. Now, from an EA perspective, we are looking more at the global picture. How is the team organized? How do we play? What is the global frame in which we will be able to evolve here? So globally here, the idea is that from the coach perspective, your goal is not to score a goal that time. It's to score a goal this time, then the next game, then the next game, then win the championship, and then win the championship even the year later. So the idea is that the coach in this analogy, of course, is the enterprise architecture. You have to be able to set up the vision to know where you want to go to enable the players that are going to be on the field to score their goals. And making sure that it's not one time you score a goal, but you're going to score a goal every time you're going to play. So the idea is that EA and the coach in that case is not there to tell every player what they should do. They are there to enable. Are they in charge? No, they are there to enable the players on the field. They are there to create a dialogue between the players and the coach, to make sure that we achieve success and making sure that we don't have the authoritative, I would say, kind of rules that will prevent them, but really being there to help them understand how they can score the goals over and over again. When I talk about EA now, and a bit more into, I would say, our concepts, we see that the role of EA has evolved over time. So even though I'm in EA for 15 years, some of you might be in EA for longer than that, I see that when I started in EA, it was more like an ivory tower, where we had EA dictate to business units what they should use, how they should do diagrams, how they should use notation, etc., etc. And somehow the pendulum swung a little bit too far to the right, where EA become a bit siloed. We have search engineers for every type of business units and enterprise architecture teams that are dedicated to every type of business units. At Mega, we believe that the value of EA is in the middle, in the balance, to be able to have one unified EA team that would actually be able to glue together these business units. And we found at Mega that talking about value streams and business capability, which is my next example, is kind of a good glue to start to work on EA team and business units working together on this. So business capability is what I call here one of the tools that would avoid the strategy shredder. So the idea is that if for some of you who are not familiar with capabilities, I took that example of the human example, ability to walk, right? So I have a daughter, she's 18 months old, she's here with me in Washington, so she started to walk at 12 months. and she acquired that new capability that she will keep all her life, hopefully, and that she will be able to do at a different time of her life, but with different speeds, stamina, and stability. The idea of the capability is that you can measure it. You acquire it, but it's not because you acquire something that you'll be able to do it perfectly. You have to train it, and you have to make sure that you are actually, your KPIs of your capability are aligned with what you want to achieve. So for instance, right now at 18 months, my daughter, she does not have the ability to go for a 10K run, of course not. But she will acquire that over time by training and so forth. The idea of the capability is to be able to have a unit of decomposition, a unit of I would say, work that is identifiable by everybody, that you can measure yourself against, and to be able to transform that ability based on the need that you're going to have. Here we have an example of a business capability map that we have created from one of our examples. And this is really where we start to discuss about transformation alignment to the strategy. When I want to understand how I need to align my strategy to my business capability, I will just assign some goals that I have to the capability that I need to transform. And what we think that is very useful here is to be able to connect your assets that can be IT, that can be organization, that can be processes, to align them to this capability map to understand how you're going to achieve that today. Tomorrow, maybe you have a capability of delivering meals to a table, right? Perfect, you have 10 tables in your restaurant, but your goal is to have 100 tables. Will that IT system be enough to support that? Do you have to change your processes? And this is where you have this common, I would say, scope of discussion between the development team, the agile team, the enterprise architecture to understand how you're going to transform that. And every time you have a project that is supposed to transform this piece of the enterprise, and that project may be late, that project can be off track, you will understand exactly which capability is impacted, and at the end of the day, which piece of your strategy will be impacted by that. Here I have another example that I'm going to go quickly over with because I just said that. But the idea also is that capability needs to be put into context to really understand how they're going to work. I took two examples here that I borrowed from Forrester that are that some business leaders, they see the development as a black box. So they know something is happening there, they know they're going fast, they know they are delivering products, but they struggle to understand the priorities that needs to be taken into account, which sprint, which project has to be prioritized against one another, and the cost, of course, of it. And meanwhile, we see that sometimes the development leaders are often left in the dark regarding the business decisions and regarding what are the priorities for the business that are going to be decided. And this really we see that is creates growing technical debt because we are delivering some aspect of projects that are not useful for the outcome of the final strategy. And it eats away also the productivity of the team. So what we do at Mega is that we actually create this capability, this value stream, linked to the capability. So we are not creating that ourselves. I know that the Open Group as well has some framework on that, where we can add these capabilities and understand how they are mapped to a stage of your value stream, and ultimately to the product that your value stream is going to deliver and to which client. So at any point, you will be able to understand that if you are working on a product marketing kind of capability, and that is your domain, that is your scope of transformation, you will understand how that works in the greater scheme of things. I'm going to go quickly over that part. So the idea is that what we want to have here is a global framework that will enable us to understand how, from the vision to the delivery of the unitary sprints, things are connected. And so what we do here is that we have a framework that helps us understand that enterprise vision might be, I would say, expressed into goals. These goals will be attached and somehow assigned to value, to the stages of your enterprise transformation. And this enterprise transformation will be decomposed into capability enhancements that you are going to provide with projects. The idea of this framework is that the EA team will ultimately be in charge of this global point of view right there, and attaching that, of course, to the sprints that are going to be delivered. And at any point, if decisions have to be made on sprints, on costs, on anything, the goal is quickly to be able to understand what is going to be impacted from the vision because I did not deliver something. The idea that we have here is that here we talk about agility. Remember my soccer analogy in that case. And here we talk about adaptability. Being able to adapt to the market, being able to understand what are the new needs that I have, and we need to make work together the adaptability and the agility. So here, to scale a model like this, it's really up to making sure that we align agility and adaptability again. Just going to go quickly over that one, sorry. And the global idea, just to end my presentation on this slide right there, is that we are looking at Agile in multiple pace at Mega. So we are thinking that the idea of having enterprise architect in charge of business objective and roadmaps, making sure that they are clearly identifying technology patterns, making sure that they are identifying their value streams, the business capabilities, and they align that with what the solution architectures are actually doing, which is the intentional architecture, and that each increment of the capabilities we're going to build is going to be clearly connected to the value streams, to the capability, to the vision of the company, is clearly important. That connect here, that is made between the enterprise architecture and the solution architecture, is a key to clearly understand how these new solutions will be implemented against the strategy. And finally, to go to the software teams which are more agile, we have that concept of being able to understand that we leave the development team working as they see fit on the solution. They have to be some work, some discussion, like the coach and the players, some back and forth to make sure that we are aligned and that we can actually work in the same way. Not at the same pace, but all aligned with the same vision. All right, in conclusion, so what we want to see here is more collaboration, more, I would say, alignment between vision and the operations to avoid this strategy shredder as we were talking about before. And of course, the role of the EA team as coach is really to enable, and enable again. Not constrained, but really make sure that the development team are there to understand that they can help, that they are there to enable the alignment to the strategy, and making sure that the company goes in the right direction given the vision that they have. That's it for me. Thank you very much. Should I check if there are some questions, maybe?
I have some questions.
Ah, good.
Thank you, Yannick.
Thank you very much.
Yes, if you'd like to take a seat, I'll ask a few. Oh, I would ask a few questions if I hadn't just turned them off. Okay, don't want that. I want the questions. There we go. Great stuff. Thank you. I love the soccer analogy. Football analogy is for me too. And I've got a question to start, which relates to that. And it may be stretching it a bit, but one of the problems that coaches can have in football is when they've been players themselves and they're promoted to coach. Suddenly they have a different role, and some of the players will embrace that, and some of the players will say, you're one of us, really. Why do we have to start listening to you now? And one of the things we hear a lot about is a lot of architects are actually former developers or IT folk, at least. And so I guess the question is, Do you have experience, or have you seen inside your customer organizations issues where you talked about how the different perceptions, but have you seen issues of the development teams, architects, I guess, not being accepted by the development teams? You know, they kind of take the view, what do you guys know?
Yeah. In my last slide, I had 3 layers, right? We had the EA, we had the solution architect, and the development team. It's true that I've seen that sometimes when you have some members of the development team that is more working toward emergent design, when they would move to a solution architect role or even to an enterprise architectural role, would need to really change their perspective and the way they are going to enable that strategy. So my point of view is that when we change a member of a team from the development, they have to stop working on emergent design. They have to be working on the intentional architecture. 2 different goals, 2 different jobs to be done, 2 different types of products. And as long as the idea is clear about what they have to produce, what is their job to be done at the end of the day, and how they serve the community, and if it's well communicated, I think that change is totally feasible, but it has to be clearly marked, right, as about how they serve right in the community in the company.
Clear which hat they're wearing, and there's a positive to it, because if you can bring, if your role changes and you're on the architecture team and you were previously in the development team, you know how the development team think. You can have that in your head and relate to it, and so there is a positive to those kinds of transitions.
Of course, but there is also a way where we have to kind of trying to forget a little bit about the one side, to be able to be more creative on the intentional architecture as well. Not thinking always about technology, but thinking about how solutions will be able to help build new creative solutions in the company.
Okay, thank you. Question came in. I'm new to EA and I keep coming across the capability word. Is there a difference between capability and ability? A capability is, I would say, an exhibition of an ability. Right? So it stems from the same kind of semantic, but we traditionally try to call that business capability when we talk about that in the EA world. But the business capability is an ability displayed by an enterprise. Right. So it's kind of an ability at an enterprise level.
Exactly right.
Okay.
Exactly right.
And the last question I have so far, unless there's any more coming in, is can you explain, please, the term intentional architecture?
The intentional architecture is usually what is created from the solution architecture, so it's their work product. And the idea is that they would build solutions, intentional architecture, that aims to, I would say, make building blocks work together in order to create, in order to support a business problem. So let's say, for instance, I have a business problem of needing to do a request for a purchase in my company, and we need to build a solution for that. I'm going to assemble some technologies, I'm going to assemble some APIs, I'm going to assemble some pieces together. That's the intent that we have. And then this intentional architecture will be actually realized by a design that the development team will do. And sometimes that intentional architecture might not be implemented fully because there are some constraints, because you cannot implement that completely. But the goal is that you want to realign that intent you had at the beginning with what was created by the development team. And this is where you really have that semantic of intent versus the design that you have to align all the time in order to make sure you are going always in the right direction.
Okay. Yannick, thank you very much. We'll leave it there.
Thank you.
And tell your daughter she missed a great presentation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yannick Rudloff. Okay. Next, we have 2 presenters sharing, and this is where we tie back to our topic for the last day and a half of security and zero trust security, zero trust architecture in this case. So this presentation will explore how to use the TOGAF ADM to create zero trust architecture, and it will frame it using a case study of a United States Department of Defense contractor attempting to comply with a relatively new US DoD Cybersecurity Maturity Model Certification, or CMMC framework. And to present, we have Tony Carrato, who is independent consultant. He's a long-time member of the Security Forum, currently on our steering committee at the Security Forum and an invited expert there. And Jim Hietala, some of you saw yesterday. Jim is the Vice President at the Open Group for Business Development and Security. He is Open, Fair, and CI, SSP, and GSEC certified, and he manages the business development team as well as the security and risk management programs and standards activities here at the Open Group. So a warm welcome, please, for Tony Carrato and Jim Hietala.
Thank you, Steve.
You're welcome.
Okay, I'm going to do the same thing everybody else did, which is try and figure out how to use this.
Green goes forward.
There we go.
There we go.
So, if you see presentations that I'm much involved in, you probably always see a couple of things. One is, who the heck is doing this presentation? And hopefully gives you some reason to listen to us. If not, we really won't mind if you take a little nap. It's not that long after lunch. I'm looking at you, Mark. But Steve just introduced us. I think that's probably as much to say as that Jim is a very well-respected security guy and been around a bunch and provides a fair bit of guidance to the Security Forum. I've been kicking around Open Group maybe almost as long as Patty. But a few of us have been around here a while. We want to thank and recognize Mats Geneval from the Architecture Forum, who contributed quite a lot to this. When we got asked to do this, I said, okay, yeah, all right, I'll do the security part, but we need someone who's more current than I, because I'm about 10 or 12 years out of date on the TOGAF architecture development method. Mats stepped into that. He may or may not be on the live stream. If he is, Mats, try not to chuckle too much and ask us really hard questions. If we get hard questions, they'll go to Jim. Easy ones come to me. We had a lot of help from the work in the Security Forum, but we also had to think about who are we talking to? So we think this is a TOGAF user group, because Steve told us it was. And that says a lot of you know TOGAF. There are many, many knowledgeable, certified TOGAF professionals out there who we think, by and large, know the method, the architecture development method. If you didn't have some interest in a zero trust, which is a security approach, and in fact, it's more than just an architecture, you probably would be, tuning out and switching to some other YouTube channel at this point. So hopefully that's true, but we don't think most of you are deep security experts. So the other one I tend to put in is, why are we talking about this now, as opposed to any other time? In fact, why are we talking about it at all? Organizations are increasingly confronted by security challenges. If you pay any attention whatsoever to news, you know about this. One of the responses to that, and we are in Washington, D.C., but the U.S. Department of Defense is driving towards some evidence-based certification that says you really are doing something about security as opposed to just telling us you're doing something. Okay, underpinning that is work on things in particular like zero trust, and yeah, we're going to define that for those of you who weren't here yesterday. And we like to think that some of the work in Open Group is pretty darn good and driving this ahead. You would have, if you were here yesterday, heard from people like NIST and Microsoft, and we work with them very closely. And oh, by the way, we have a chance to align TOGAF ADM and Zero Trust because we are doing this jointly. So, okay, if anybody doesn't yet have a copy of Andrew's book, he's right there, get one. It's chapter 6. Yeah, I looked. We are not going to repeat what's in that book. The book's there, Andrew's here, Dave Hornford may be listening in. We are going to try and align this to zero trust and cybersecurity. So what is zero trust? So this definition is in fact out of some of our work, thanks to John Linford for giving us the particular pointer on that. John is over in the corner here. John's the forum director for, among other things, the security forum. If you want to get more involved and find out more, talk to John. Zero trust moves from a perimeter and network-centric security, put in good firewalls, all is good. Oh wait, put in 2 levels of firewalls. Oh wait, maybe put in 3 levels of firewall. I keep hearing about this web application firewall thing. Surely if I just get some of those, I'll be fine. Well, you probably won't be fine. Ask essentially anyone who's had their business broken into. And this thing runs from major corporations to relatively small school districts. I live in the state of New Mexico, whose population's kind of in the range of the metro Washington, D.C. area. Yeah, we've had a couple of school districts attacked. It's that kind of thing. So we make the assumption that the network probably has been breached, and you have to protect your data, your applications, APIs. If you're using things like operational or IoT technologies, which many, many organizations are, they're vulnerable too. By the way, they're also a path into your network. So we're trying to enable organizations to secure all those things. In addition, oh, by the way, if you do business with the US federal government, there is an executive order that says you better do this. Best we can tell, they're reasonably serious about it. It's not going to go away in 6 months. And even if you are not a contractor to somebody that's mandating this, your business increasingly, and yeah, COVID accelerated this, but it's certainly not the whole story, requires a couple of things. People expect to be able to work from where they are. Examples used yesterday in the NIST talk were things like from the coffee shop, work from home, work when traveling. Another thing businesses require is the ability to do rapid partnering. So for example, when I booked my hotel reservation through American Express, they actually hand that off to Booking.com, who then carries on to the Marriott organization and ends up here. If you're running a grocery store chain in the US these days, you probably deal with Instacart. And maybe you'll deal, oh wait, DoorDash does this too. You know, you can order, if I order food, I get an email within minutes saying, by the way, did you want to order something delivered from the grocery store too? Maybe some cat litter or something. So these partnering instances occur a lot, and they change a lot. Now, I'm going to turn over to my colleague Jim to talk about CMMC.
So for those of you who don't know what this is, Cybersecurity Maturity Model Certification Program is something the DoD put out to try and raise the level of security that exists in their supplier base, which is like 300,000 suppliers to the Department of Defense. So this is a big program. It's being introduced to a pretty large community of suppliers that serve the Department of Defense. There's currently 3 levels to it. It first came out maybe 3 years ago with 5 levels. It was significantly more complicated. Now there's just 3, 2 of which are available today, levels 1 and 2. Level 3 is coming at some point. Different acquisitions from the Department of Defense will require different levels of CMMC compliance. So level 1 is really about protection of federal contract information. Level 2, which is a higher level, more controls, is about protection of controlled unclassified information. And like I said, level 3 will be published at a later date. The aim is to, kind of raise the floor in terms of the security posture of the people that supply products to the Department of Defense. This is what it looks like at present. So there's what are called 17 practices at level 1, 110 at level 2, and then presumably more than that at level 3. This builds upon each level. We recognize that you might only be interested in zero trust architecture. CMMC is really just a way to kind of frame the case study here of, a supplier to the Department of Defense who's at some point going to have to comply to level 1, 2, or 3 of the CMMC, and how would they use zero trust architecture to do that, to enable that. I'll also mention that there is a large ecosystem around this that's being developed by the Department of Defense. There is an independent accreditation body that they stood up, or that the industry stood up to support this, and they have a number of certified third-party assessment organizations, C3PAOs, and I needed to say that out because my mind automatically goes to C3PO, so, and it is different. This is not anything official from anybody. It's sort of from my brain looking at CMMC and thinking about which parts of zero trust architecture apply and are relevant to the CMMC. So, as you can see, across the top are the various what they call practices. You might think of them as security control areas. Taking a review of both of these and thinking about them, some of them have a lot more relevance to compliance with the CMMC than others. So you see their access control. We heard, if you were here yesterday, there's a whole lot about access control authentication to do with ZTA. There's probably a lot of work to do there if this is new to you to architect for CMMC compliance in that specific area. Same thing with identification and authentication. So you can see there, think of this as sort of a heat map of where is there a lot of work potentially to be done in applying ZTA principles to the CMMC. Let me hand back to Tony.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
And remember those boxes that you just saw, because when we get a little further into this, we're going to talk about building blocks. That's the mapping. Okay, so in phase A of the ADM, you're going to talk about the vision. So what do you need to do? What's the scope? What's out of scope? Out of scope is pretty important. But one message that you will hear from all of us that talk about zero trust is you've got to start small because you can't do all of this at once. But absent vision, where are you going to go? And the answer is you'll probably go somewhere, but it may not be where you want to be. What constraints exist? ZTA, and this was again talked about by multiple talks yesterday, does not happen in a greenfield much of anywhere. You will have an existing security regime. That means you've got tools and processes and skills. Those tools come from vendors. Hopefully the tools work with the rest of your technical estate. That would be handy. So one of the things that's important is talk to your vendors. But the vendors, in most cases, there are vendors that do more than this, but in most cases, don't particularly align to each other. That's really on you. So as you create this vision, what are the goals? I think if you're going to claim that you're doing enterprise architecture, you better have some ability to state business value too. If you don't, go back to Andrew and Dave's book and reread it. This must tie together. And again, take into account what you've got. Jim, do you want to talk about that one?
So in terms of planning for CMMC, as Tony mentioned, this could be a big step for an organization dependent on what their IT security maturity level is going into it. There is time for planning for this. The CMMC, in terms of being enforced in contracts, is going to start sometime between 9 and 24 months from now when the rulemaking around it is done. So there is that in terms of the kind of planning timeline. So, the first thing might be find out what level you need to be certified at, given the kinds of information you store and the kinds of contracts you want to go after. A step-by-step approach might be better in terms of getting to level 1, then 2, and 3, not trying to go to 3 all at once. Doing a high-level analysis of your current state relative to what's in CMMC is something you need to do, capture that as-is state. If you think you already fulfill the requirements at certain levels, start applying for certification at that level, get lined up to do that. And don't try and implement all the changes to go to the next level in one project. Do it incrementally, step by step. So just some basics in terms of how you'd approach eating this elephant. So.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Now, something to keep in mind with this, for CMMC in particular, is if you're pursuing major, particularly Department of Defense business, expect to see those requirements for certifications in RFPs. If you're what's most likely one of the many thousands of subcontractors dealing with some of the major primes, they're probably going to say that too. You have to map that plan back to the required timeline. There is not a lot of value to hitting CMMC level 2 9 months after the proposals had to be in. So there is a business imperative. Now, if you're going to zero trust architecture, it's actually pretty similar. The transition is a big step. Take it a piece at a time. So you have to understand what you've got. By the way, one of the things a lot of us find that's pretty scary when you get down to that, what are my assets and my data stores, is the inventories that are not complete. The systems that you have that you don't know you have. You've got to figure out that. But at the same time, you should at least understand your high priority ones quickly. Get educated on your major vendors. What is their stance on zero trust? I mentioned earlier, don't assume they all align. That's probably on you. There is some really good material from vendors out. We're trying to pay a lot of attention in the security forum to that and take advantage of it. Okay, partnering, when I say this, a lot of people, especially if you're at a vendor, and I've been at a vendor a lot for a long time, partnering means you're going to buy stuff from me. You have to move to another level. Partnering means you have to discuss with me. Little plug for Open Group. This is a really good place to initiate those kind of discussions. The organization, Steve's been involved in this for a really long time, is evolved and built to enable those discussions in a legal way, which ain't legal some other ways. But this is a good place to start those discussions. Remember, you have to have internal partners. If, for example, there are parts of the organization that are looking at building business relationships, if they don't tell you, it's pretty hard to secure it. And again, milestones and measurable results. Okay, in phase B, your business architecture, if it's CMMC, and we leaned heavily on that here because it's got really direct business impact, what are the impacts on the business? If we have this, we can pursue the following things. It's true for zero trust as well. You know, when you want to start opening up your technical estate to partners, and by technical estate, we mean all the technology stuff underneath your business, okay, there are business impacts to the speed you can do that. Two key things people will look at. Can I work flexibly from where I am? Can I easily not only make partnerships, but dissolve them? And then keep in mind the competitive advantage aspects. Okay, phase C. This diagram is one you'll find in some of the security forum stuff. Data access is really quite critical. We're no longer protecting the edges of the network, protecting things inside the network. Data is a big part of that. You see data theft, data exfiltration, data being locked up, all being very current problems. Those people that want to attack your data stores got through your network protections. If they didn't, this wouldn't be an issue, but they do. I mentioned operational technologies. One way a lot of us think of those is they're in the wild, which means they're not in a nice data center with doors and passwords and buttons you have to push to get in. You walk right up to them. How are you concerning yourselves about protection there? Some of your applications will be easily adapted to improved authorization and authentication decisions. Some will be legacy stuff that's not so easy. You have to think about that. Now, when we get into the technology architecture, let's see if we can make the little green light come on. Green button? Some button. That button, maybe. Okay. Lots of things feeding into your environment. These are key. Some policy enforcement decisions will be made up here and then enforced here for access to resources, which could be data and applications, APIs, real physical systems. This, by the way, came from the good folks at NIST. Excellent work done there, and it's something you can just have. You don't have to pay money for it, other than your taxes, and the US government's kind of pushy about that. Yes, we all know that one. Okay, we talked about prioritizing. You don't do this all at once, so you're going to iterate. What are your technical components in your environment? Which applications are suitable for plugging into enhanced, for example, access control quickly? Which ones will have to be updated? How are you going to do data-centric protection? I have worked in places where there were critical databases that turned out to be useful beyond the original application. So what did people do? They just grabbed onto it. And suddenly you have people accessing mission critical data stores that you didn't even know were accessing them. So you have to go through that and ask yourself, how am I going to start protecting a database? And unfortunately, in some cases, I don't even know people are using. Something I've learned from Mike Simos from Microsoft over here is about the scream test. You block access and see who screams at you. Then you say, oh, did you have permission to access that? Oh, no, sorry. You know, it's that kind of thing. And this does have to align to the organizational structure. As you start getting into this, now you're going to build a roadmap. In the case of CMMC, there are very explicit levels you go through, and you need to start thinking about what is the transition architecture? What does it look like when I want to go from level 0 to level 1, from level 1 to level 2? ZTA, same thing. You have to identify where you have to make changes and how you're going to make them. Architectures, in the way I learned to do them, produce outputs which are usually work packages where people can do things. I'm wary of doing too much waterfall in this. You have to be agile because the world demands change, but it still needs to be governed. We'll come to that. Migration planning, again, prioritize. There are really two ways you do prioritization. One is what's the most critical stuff, data stores, assets, APIs, what have you. The other one is where can I obtain quick wins? If I can make successful adaptations, possibly not quite as a higher priority, but showing off wins will give people confidence when you're taking on something new. What parts of the technical estate are fine the way they are? What will have to be migrated? Yeah, one of the banks I bank at, my wife and I pulled up to take money out of the ATM, and it had failed into a Windows 7 screen. So I asked her, do you just want money, or do you want the bank to know we took money? Because we can do either one. She said, we should probably do it in a way they actually have a record. I said, yes, ma'am, because That's what smart husbands say to their wives. But some stuff, you're going to have to drag it into the future. That is, as anybody who's been doing this for a while knows, not always simple. But the bad guys love it when you don't. Lots of exploits available. Okay, business partnering. If you're going to create and dissolve partners, you need to provide guardrails to the people in the business doing that. Oh, by the way, that means you've got to know that that is happening and be able to get involved. Governance, the big thing I wanted to say here is it's not sufficient to just keep your governance in this nice little security architecture space. Remember, people are making business decisions. If Steve, for example, decides that Open Group's going to partner with another standards organization and share rights to do things, got to be able to do that in a secure way so other people don't just choose to help themselves to free work or free conference attendance or free changing the standards to say what they want, you know, and that doesn't work if Andras does not know what's happening. Fortunately, Open Group's pretty smart about stuff like that. Lots of places aren't. The other one, Jim and I talked about this a little earlier today, change management. It's no good to achieve a new state, including a state where you have gotten certifications, which, by the way, keep in mind, organizations like DoD and others will come and check if you do not control changes. It's no different than if you're doing something like an ISO 9001. The same kind of issues apply. You achieve a state of good, and then do not keep control of how changes are being inserted. And developers are wonderful people, but they're pretty clever. They'll change things. You need to know what's happening so you do not blow up a certification. If you're competing for a $150 million federal contract, which for a lot of businesses would be a huge deal, you don't want to end up losing that contract because people slid in kind of behind your certifications and improved things to the point where you're no longer certified. Pay attention to that. Now, resources. Where can you get more information? Okay, so the first thing I'd say is John Linford did an awesome job of improving the Security Forum's web pages on Open Group. You can look there and find stuff. At one point, I was actually pretty convinced there was an Open Group policy prohibiting that, but John worked with his colleagues and overcame that. You can find things, including zero trust. We've got core principles. We've got commandments. The main authors for that are sitting right over there. Yeah, I helped. Jericho Forum documents, which underpin a lot of this. We have a snapshot that's being worked on right now. It's available for inspection if you're an Open Group member. Remember, this is tied to the TOGAF standard. We didn't deviate from that. Andrew had copies of his books. Get one. There's a lot of good vendor material. Some of those vendors are sitting here. Keep in mind, though, vendors, to stay in existence, have to support their own business. You're the ones that have to bridge across it. We are actually increasingly active on LinkedIn. So that's another place to see things we do, ask questions, review material. And I'm going to say once again, get involved. This is not some theoretical thing. This is important to you. Your business needs to stay alive. You need to be able to conduct business operations in a changed world. There are a bunch of people here that are happy to talk to you and share experience. It's why Open Group has these things. And with that, I think it's over to Steve.
Thank you. We do have a couple of questions, and then we'll take a short break. But thank you both very much. Great overview. So the first question that came in was really more about zero trust than anything else. Literally, does zero trust mean the end of firewalls or VPNs?
Well, we hope it ends VPNs. I think Mark was the one who was saying that his laptop actually has a little needle that pokes up and takes a DNA sample when he logs in. You know,
Maybe that's the future. Yeah.
Some of us are less advanced than that, but the firewalls, no, I don't think anybody thinks that that kind of edge protection goes away. We're simply saying it's not sufficient anymore.
Okay. A specific question here. We are working to implement ZTA with a complex enterprise product, code we own and develop. With respect to ZTA alignment, we're struggling to understand the definition of done. Will CMMC help us with this challenge?
Jim, let me take that. Maybe. I tend to think no, that you know, with CMMC, you'd have to pick, you know, which level you're talking about. Level 3 will be, you know, much more soup to nuts in terms of having lots of stuff in it. But I don't think it would, there's not a perfect alignment such that you could say, you know, if I just get to level 3 of CMMC, I'll have achieved ZTA. So I think it matters more that you're looking at your enterprise. You're thinking about things like the commandments that the security forum published, aligning to those, and then to the more detailed architectural reference information that's coming out both from the Open Group Security Forum as well as NIST and others. So those are probably the things you ought to judge against, not the CMMC.
Okay, and final question. You referenced procurements requiring CMMC certification, or they will. Do you see TOGAF getting required in procurements?
Yeah, we certainly have, you know, for many years seen that. So there are procurements that come out for consulting services specifying, you know, that we're going to use TOGAF and we want you to supply people that can deliver on that, you know, products, tools, and so forth. So TOGAF, you know, has for a long time been used as a procurement reference in large government acquisitions.
Yeah, and what we see elsewhere in the world is governments creating their standards that are based on TOGAF and therefore requiring conformance with the standard requires conformance with TOGAF essentially, and therefore there's a need for TOGAF certification there. Indian government is a great case in point, the NDA standard. So, gentlemen, we'll leave it there. It is break time. Thank you for a great double act, and great to see you both on the stage again, and nice to see you. It's been a while, Tony.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, folks, thank you very much. Tony Carrato and Jim Hietala. So we will take a 20-minute break now, or 19-minute break now. We will be back here at 3:30 US Eastern Time, which is, as I say, 19 minutes from now if you're in a different time zone, either in the room or outside. But see you in 19 minutes. Thanks very much. Thanks for still a few more people coming back in the room. Thank you to those of you who've rejoined us or joined us anew online. Great to have you with us. Just something I guess is more for the folks in the room, but there are some TOGAF Standard 10th edition pocket guides around, which often you have to pay for, but if you're here, they're on the tables, and help yourself. And there's some, particularly on this table, if you haven't got one. A great, exactly what it says on the book, a pocket guide to the standard. Highly recommended. So, next up we're going to hear about the portfolio of digital open standards at the Open Group and what that is, what we're trying to do. And to guide us through that, we have Sonia Gonzalez, who's the digital portfolio manager here at the Open Group. And prior to this, Sonia was the product manager for TOGAF at the Open Group. Sonia has 30 years of experience as a business and enterprise architecture consultant in different fields and industry verticals. And as I say, today she's going to give us an overview of the portfolio. So warm welcome, please, for Sonia Gonzalez.
Thank you, Steve.
You're welcome.
Okay, so hi everyone. Like Steve just said, I'm going to give you an overview now of our vision and the work in progress for the digital portfolio of standards. Those of you that were here yesterday afternoon, we made a workshop, and that workshop had the main objective of giving us feedback how we are going to conduct this digital portfolio, because we are still in the process of like conforming it. So I'm going to show you now which one is the current plans. Why are we doing this especially? Because it has to be a business reason. How are we planning on doing this? And the things that we still need to address. And of course, for that, having our members engage is one of the main elements. So first, we need to face now the digital economy. I think that is something that we all recognize in different fields. And in that, the EA has a practice, and the TOGAF standard had a key role in this digital transformation. And of course, that is an integral part of our digital portfolio of standards. Then we're going to explain a little bit more what it is, the digital portfolio of standards, and which one are our plans for the future in which, by the way, all the valuable feedback that you gave us yesterday is going to be actually very useful for us, and then, depending on time, some Q&A. So as you know, we are facing now a digital economy. This is not new. I have to say that probably the COVID situation made this being like more evident, but it has occurring for quite some time now. The need for organizations to become more digital, to face new business models, to face those disruptions, the fact that customers are more demanding and demand more and more have digital products and services is not something new. And therefore now organizations need to transform to face this. Some of them had to do that because to overcome the COVID crisis. Some others had started soon before that or before that. But in different cases, it is important to do that. And there are different elements in here. It's not something that we can address only from one specific point of view. So it's, again, having a digital strategy, a business and operational model for digital, having the right digital platforms, of course, embrace digital technology, and also, of course, like we have seen yesterday and today, to have considerations about trust, security, risk management, and all that. So the pandemics have really changed the way that the world economy is being moved now. And organizations, of course, need to evolve to embrace that. There are several studies, I'm sure you have seen more than one of them, that shows like the new way of living, the new normal that we are now facing is going to be here for stay, for sure, meaning that the demand of having more virtual presence in events like this, in which we are also streaming it, the need for customers to acquire products using digital channels, and the fact that some of us are already working using a virtual approach is already here to stay, and there are different ways to prove that. And among that, we can see like this is a very good presentation was delivered in the London event this year, and it is about how EA has a practice has one of the main elements for supporting this digital transformation. So in this, one of these slides, because there are several of them, it's a very good presentation, by the way, it shows like those organizations that have embraced EA as part of their day-to-day practices and for delivering their products and services are actually doing it better. For example, the ones in which EA is an integral part of the digital transformation have increased and more than 200% these digital products offered to their customer, which is pretty significant. And the other important element is to reuse of these services. You will see here that more than 60% of their increase has happened whenever the digital transformation teams are also embracing EA. Therefore, there's the need also to transform the way we are doing enterprise architecture and how this is going to happen into the overall of the organization. So in the rest of the presentation, besides explaining what it is, the digital portfolio of standard, I'm going to refer in concrete to the TOGAF standard and EA as a practice into this digital portfolio. So some things that we need to start thinking it over. What does digital transformation mean? It may mean different meanings for different people. Some people believe that there's something that it's only technological. Some people believe that it's business. Some people believe that it's both, that it's connected with the strategy. And most people believe now that it's something that implies a huge transformation across all the different company areas. Therefore, you need to be ready to face it not only from the point of view of technology, but also a business perspective. But which one are these required capabilities to really become a digital enterprise? How should I start and where? Because the truth is even though this is something that it's in there to stay, companies have a day-to-day business to attend. And sometimes making this transformation at the same time that this day-to-day is not trivial. It's something that it has to be done in a stepwise and organized way, and especially considering the strategy and considering having a strong sponsorship. I think those efforts that start from the strategy with a higher support from the managers and from the C-level are the ones that are really have better possibility to succeed in this new challenge. And of course, even though we are already making digital transformation, sustaining it, there's already more and more digital disruption. So we need to find a way to also overcome that continuous disruption. So first, one definition, which is, it could be seen very simple, but it implies a lot of different important elements. This is, by the way, you can find this in one of our white papers in the library, which has the 7 levels of change, which is a very good white paper. And it talks about digital transformation being like a process that implies a business and operational change, but also that implies some new human experiences. So the human element, the cultural element, the change management, there is something that needs to be there. And it's also a transformation incremental step. You cannot become digital from one day to the other. It needs to be a process, and it should be taken in an incremental way. And there are different elements in this digital transformation. One of them, of course, is business itself. It's not only about technologies or platform, but it's also how I'm offering my products and services to the market. It implies, of course, having the customer in the center, customer engagement, customer experience. Now, again, our customers are more and more demanding. And now the fact that they are using digital channels and demanding for digital channel has increased more. It implies also to have a product-oriented view about things. It's not only the customer, but also the product. And mostly some of them are now digital products. That doesn't mean that this cannot be applied, of course, for physical goods, but mostly digital products are the ones that are more in the center of this transformation. And of course, it needs to be the digital platform. You cannot deliver a digital offering and you cannot innovate with your customers if you don't have the right platforms to support them. Implies, of course, having a whole organizational culture change. It's a complete new way of working. And sometimes that the technological things are not the most difficult ones, but the ones that are related with this resistance to change. And of course, it needs to be the strategy. Implies and all that. You need to have a digital strategy, and you need to transform the whole ecosystem. Because right now, companies are not alone. We have seen several presentations yesterday and today about the challenges for supply chain now, and that is going worldwide now. The new way of making business after the COVID situation has also forced organizations to evolve into this new ecosystem and business models. So we need to build on the trends. The trends and the disruption can be seen as a threat and can be seen also as an opportunity. So for example, one of them is to reinvent the core existing capabilities. And capability means not only technical capabilities, but also human capabilities, the human factor, to build more trust, more risk, of course, security, to re-engineer our strategy to become more digital. It should start from how we offering products to our customers and which products are we offering to our customers. It implies, of course, a business and operational backbone that is completely new to offer that, and also to embrace technologies like cloud, of course, data analytics, data marts, and all that, which is creating this framework of data to avoid silos. The power of the customer, it's now in the center, and of course, to offer this customer some digital centricity and digital experience. So we can talk about different digital building blocks, starting with the strategy, with innovation. It's not only about offering things online, that has been done for years. It's offering things that are new, to innovate in the digital space. That it is what is really going to make a difference with your competitors. Implies, of course, having a new business model, a new way to negotiate with your partners, with your customers, with your internal and external customers. It implies a new financial model. Also the effect of the global economy after the COVID situation, how it changed the way finance is done around the globe. Of course, the need to have security, cybersecurity threats. We have had several very good presentations, again, yesterday and today about that. The need to have these new digital platforms, these new digital technologies, but not only for the sake of having them, but also embracing them in a way that it's connected with our current and existing capabilities. And of course, to have an agile way of working, agility is in the center of this, and the customer and the cultural change, which is all these different building blocks should be aligned together to overcome this. But the question is, how can I start this journey? What do I need to start this? And first, you need to start to identifying and understanding your current capabilities. Okay? You need to understand where are you right now, which one are the things that you can offer to the market, how to change them. You need to be aware of your ecosystem. We are not alone anymore. Now ecosystems are more complex. One of the secrets is to start small and deliver incrementally in a continuous way, which is also an Agile principle. You will never find a very big development in Agile. It's usually done with the concept of minimal viable product, and in the case of architecture, minimal viable architecture. To pursue sponsorship at the very higher level, that will facilitate to overcome this with your change management and embracing those change management. The business and operational model assessment needs to be there. To innovate, that's a very important topic now, is to be ahead of the competitors. So if someone is offering a product or service, you need to be able to offer something that is better and provides a better value proposition. And of course, something that we cannot never forget is to be aware of your technical depth. This is a silent killer, something that is hidden underneath. And if you don't take care of that, at the end, it will kill your business. That is something that is very technical, but it's also omnipresent and needs to be addressed. And in a way that is also should be incremental and continuous. And of course, you need to start this transformation journey with the customer in the center, and also delivering and measuring value. You cannot really improve what you cannot measure. So this is something that should be pretty well aligned with business benefits, even though sometimes it's a lot about technology and about changing things into your organizational models. At the end of the day, what it is really matters is the value that our customers are perceiving out of this. So how about this journey? What we really need for this, and we are coming more now back into the space of the open group. How as open group can we offer to support this journey for you? You need frameworks, you need methodologies, you need a process, a consistent process that will allow you to reach this objective. You need tools, okay? You need open source, you need modeling tools, you need a tool that will allow you to take right and good product management decisions. You need also reference models. Today we saw a pretty good example with the case study that Lars Rosen presented. The IT for IT reference architecture with the digital product in the center is one example of the use of a reference model. a collection of practices are needed. So right now, it's not anymore about doing only EA or product management or risk management or security management. At the end of the day, you need to take all these different practices together like an umbrella and use them in a consistent way. And finally, the other very important element is to keep the right government practices and all that. If you don't govern this, if you don't measure the value that you're giving, then it's going to be very difficult to really achieve your expectations. And in here, when talking about a framework and a methodology, you know, the TOGAF standard, already the TOGAF standard edition that was explained earlier by Steve, has this framework and methodology, the TOGAF ADM, which is in the center of the standard. But alongside with that, we now have a set of serious guides which are providing more specific guidance in specific topics like agile, digital, technology, business model, digital reference business models, and others that you will find, of course, in the TOGAF 10 edition and also in the PDFs and in the pocket guide that we are now offering. All that is in there. So TOGAF is a very good example of this collection of tools that you can use to embrace digital. And of course, there's more than that. You know, the TOGAF standard and it has a practice are an important element, but it doesn't cover everything. That's why we are offering, and we discussed this yesterday in the workshop, the digital portfolio of standards, which is a collection of open group standards, the ones that you are familiar with, but used now in a more consistent way, suitable to be interconnected, interlinked, presented as a one single unit. And each one of them will, of course, keep their own area of expertise, being TOGAF, for example, enterprise architecture, security, IT for IT would be the IT reference architecture. But at the end of the day, even though they have their specific area of interest, they are meant to be used together and to be used in a consistent way. This is not new, because we have maintained these standards for years in the different forums. You find all of them in our library. You can download them. You can use them in HTML. Some of you have already been trained and certified in some of them. But at the end of the day, what you need is to be able to use them in a way that is easier, that could be more consumable. And that's where the digital portfolio of open group standards is showing up. This is showing us how this can be achieved. I presented this yesterday before starting our workshop. This is a graphical view of what it is right now, the minimal viable product for the first deliverable of this digital portfolio. This means like more standards are going to be added in here, being security, the ones that are closer to be presented in here. Right now, this collection of standards is the DP book, which is Digital Practitioner Body of Knowledge, which is, like, you know, our main standard around digital, which holds different competency areas using a learning progression that will allow you to scale your digital practice from the very, very initial level, the team or team to teams level, all the way into the enduring enterprise, which is something bigger, following the incremental principle. Of course, the TOGAF standard with EA as a center is, like I just explained before, one of the main elements for this. We also released a couple of years ago the Open Agile Architecture, which is, of course, the main principle is the dual agile digital transformation. The OAA has different building blocks in their model that will allow us to precisely pursue this dual agile and digital transformation. IT for IT, version 3 snapshot, which is already published, and soon we are going to release the standard. It has the digital product in the center, like explained today by Lars and others, and it has a comprehensive set of value streams that can be automated using different tools to really pursue this value using these value stream elements. The Archimate model standard, like you know, is a modeling notation for EA, also suitable to use to represent different digital assets and digital products. And of course, we also have a collection of digital principles and glossaries and roles also, which is another important element in here, that I look is to standardize this digital portfolio, offer this consistent set of principles that are ruling in a way what it means to be a digital standard. And the glossaries and roles, which is another publication that is also going to be in the portfolio, is pursuing alignment between concepts and definitions across the different standards, which is something that over the years we have heard, okay, there are different standards at the open group. Sometimes I will find one definition in one of them and a very different one in another. That is not necessarily bad, because sometimes every standard will have their own point of view. But at the end of the day, even though there are different definitions, they should be consistent. So that's what we are pursuing in the portfolio of standards. And the three major elements, we are aiming to do this findable and usable, meaning that you should be able to navigate through the different standards using a visual interface. All this is work in progress, something that we haven't released yet. The other value proposition is for it to be cross-linked, meaning that you are right now reading the OAA or the DP book, and if there's a reference from the DP book to another standard, you should be able to cross-link and have access to the other standard, something that is more difficult in the way that we present them today. And consistency is another important principle. You will see very clearly in this graphic, you can also imagine very easily here the different forums. You know, the way that we work with our members is like every forum will maintain different standards. So the Architecture Forum maintains the TOGAF standard, the Archimate standard maintains Archimate, the IT for IT Forum maintains the IT for IT standard, and the Digital Practitioner Working Group, which is a working group, meaning like open to all members, is the one that is mostly, or used to be more, concentrated in the DP book. Right now that has changed, because the Digital Practitioner Working Group is looking to all of this in trying to pursue this engagement and collaboration between different forums, something that, by the way, is already happening with several of them. So what I'm going to present now is not only our vision of this, but also something that is already on the move. So for example, coming back to EA, you know, one of the things that EA needs to do right now to respond to the new crisis is to have these three elements: to be able to respond to a crisis quickly, for example, the COVID situation, to recover from that crisis, but to overcome and sustain a continuous growth on this. You will find some content about this new way of doing EA in the new TOGAF series guide there are in the TOGAF 10 edition. Especially there are two of them, three of them, the TOGAF and Digital, which is a one-to-one map and connection with the DP book, the TOGAF and Agile, which goes around TOGAF and agility, especially from the digital product perspective. Of course, the IT for IT standard with the digital product in the center also complements that. And also there's another very good guide, which is the digital technologies adoption, which is giving you a complete framework how you can adopt new technologies. Those are some examples of how we already have some content in our standards, in this case the TOGAF 10 edition, about how to overcome this new way of doing EA. And of course, it needs to be a new view for EA. It's not anymore just about technology. You know, at the beginning, EA should be like connected more with IT, which is a mistake. And we also heard at the beginning, okay, TOGAF standards should be more directed to the business. So that has changed now. So you will see now how we need to redefine the way we do EA, to leverage EA, first to redefine a new leadership, a new way of working. Now the architect should be the consultant, adapt a consultant role into the company. It should be a simplified practice, focusing more in business value. And as you see, for example, this prediction for Gartner that by 2023, more than 60% of organizations will have embraced EA as a key role for digital transformation. And this is also taken from the same presentation that I mentioned at the beginning, that was a very good one in the London event in April, which is how the EA teams need to change now. You see the practice has changed. Now, the more important things are not the technical software and tools, but what we call soft abilities. For example, interpersonal skills, professional competence, business topics, and problem solving. Those are things that are more important for EAs now. And also, the things in which we need to train more our architects is methodology training, of course, but also how to work with others, with external consultants, for the EAs to become consultants, and also to learn to work with different parties into the company. So it's a new shift that you will see in EA. And this is again in the TOGAF 10 edition, you will find several new guys that are supporting this. For example, like the one that I mentioned about Agile and Digital, the ones about technology adoption and how to change those business model. We have also identified capabilities that needs to be there, and there are already a couple of activities happening that will start between the Architecture Forum, the IT for IT Forum, and the Digital Practitioner Working Group around the concept of digital product and how EA has a practice and the TOGAF standard can support delivering digital products, which is something that is still work in progress. So even though we already have some content in our standards, there's more to come. And for those of you that are members of the different forums, the more you engage with us, the more valuable this portfolio is going to be. This is another example. We have here the DP book structure. I'm sure most of you are familiar with this, showing the learning progression. This is an example of how start small and deliver incrementally, which is some things that we identify are needed for becoming digital. The digital practitioner body of knowledge is suffering this. And you will see that even though architecture is in the 12 competency area at the enduring enterprise level, that doesn't mean you don't need architecture for the other levels. It means like whenever you are growing bigger, your complexity grows, but it doesn't mean you are not using or need to use architecture also at the other levels. So all these different competency areas that you will see in here, organizational and culture, work management, digital fundamental, product management, all of these different practices can be perfectly used with other standards. For example, right now, there's a work that will start soon with the Security Forum around governance, risk, security, and compliance. This is an example of how this portfolio is going to grow. There are, like I mentioned, activities between the Architecture Forum and also with the IT for IT to improve the way that we offer digital products using EA, which is something that even though there's content in the new guides, there's no specific content covering that specific need. So that is something that is also already on the move. And there are other work that may come over time to be incrementally added to this portfolio. This is another example. We have the TOGAF standard and we have the OAA. Both of them has the facility to facilitate Agile. In one of the presentations that we saw earlier today, we saw like you can provide agility using EA if you use capabilities architecture. That means like slicing your development into smaller pieces and delivering them. Something that is also mentioned in the open Agile architecture. You see in here, this is one of the elements or reference model that the OAA has in there. So what we need right now, this is something that's still not there, is guidance that will allow us to connect the two dots. I mean, how I can use the TOGAF standard as a process, as a framework to leverage the OAA. That's an example of what we are looking for with the digital portfolio. And this is another example. We have in the OAA a lot of very good content about organizational model, how you should organize your business in a more effective way to pursue agility. If you haven't read it, by the way, I invite you to see and to go to our library and take a look at that. It's very good. And this is also mentioned in the DP book. You know, when you see in competency area number 9, we talk about organizational and culture and how we can coordinate that. So what we need right now, okay, the DP book is already talking about that, but it's not going deeper because it meant to be a body of knowledge. But the OAA is going deeper into the topic. So what we need is to connect the dots between the two of them. And that can be done either with new content or with cross-referencing, which is something that, like I mentioned a few minutes ago, is one of the big elements from the value proposition for this. Another example, we have the IT for IT standard, version 3, and we have the OAA. In both of them, you will see the concept of a digital product in there and product architecture. Again, what we need is something that will connect those two elements together, okay? Because, okay, I'm familiar with IT for IT, but I haven't taken a look at the OAA. And both of them are there. There are similar content. We have also here over the years, I mean, it's inconsistent. What we need to do is to be sure that we are talking about the same, even though perhaps using a different point of view, and to connect those dots. So that's what we are trying to do. Our main objective with the digital portfolio is to precisely address that. But again, if you are members in here, if you are familiar with IT for IT and with the OAA, we need you both in the table to address these. And the other element that I mentioned, and this journey to become digital is technical debt. You know, something that it's not very nice to be addressed, you know, because it's something that the IT team needs to do, and it's not very fancy because it doesn't have any visibility. It's hidden, like this iceberg that is in there. But if you don't take care of that, it will explode in your face. And it would be very, very expensive and dangerous. I think most of you that are here have experimented that in your companies, how technical debt can really pay a very high price. So there's content in the DP book that talks about that, and also in the new TOGAF 10 series guides. But again, they are not connected. So they need to be more visible. So okay, the DP book is talking about technical debt, but also there are a new guide, which is, by the way, the TOGAF and Digital Guide, there is already talking about that. So we need to connect all that information, and that's precisely the value proposition that we are offering with the portfolio. Which is, our vision is precisely this, to position the open group, this digital portfolio of open standard as the premier for organizations to become digital. And this vision, it's like I explained yesterday, and it's composed by 3 elements, which is the content, which is the one that I have tried to explain today, the platform, which is the one we are still working on, that will allow us to deliver this content in a way that is more effective, and like an improvement that what we have today, but overall that with an outcome that will allow us to connect the different standards, which is a technical element on this. And the third element, which is the one that will come after we have the content, is also to offer a combination of certification programs to precisely serve the digital world. So this is our vision, but again, it's something that we are working very hard internally with staff, but we also need you as members to help us achieve this vision. And it was very interesting that in the workshop yesterday, that we received very good feedback. A lot of that feedback was precisely trying to close those gaps that I just mentioned, making the standard more consistent, easier to be used together, to be related, more practical guidance. They are not easy to be found. How can I find them? How can I connect them? Those are some of the, in general, because there was a lot of feedback, some of the feedback that we received yesterday. And of course, this is meant to be also to be done incrementally. We're going to start with this portfolio of open digital standards. We cannot announce when are going to release the first version because it's still in discussion, but we expect to deliver this soon. The first release of this, which is going to be incremental. And the central part, of course, was going to be the body of knowledge meant to be grow incrementally. Practical guidance on that is something that it's always important based on several use cases and case studies. I had prepared today to mention a few use cases and case studies, but for the lack of time, I couldn't. But you can go over our library or the proceedings from previous events, and you will find a lot of very interesting cases that talks about how standards have been used for digital. And by the way, the ones of you that are interested, tomorrow in the morning, there's the India Awards event, which is an award for around more than 20 projects, and they are around digital transformation and using our standards, TOGAF standard, IT for IT, and USDU. So if you're interested, let me know and I can share the information with you. There are very good use cases in there. And the other element that is important is promote more awareness, adoption, visibility in what we are doing. In here, of course, we are making efforts along with our marketing team for this to happen, but also we need you, because it's better if you deliver a blog as members, as users, than if staff deliver a blog, because it's our own product. But if you provide use cases, case studies, blogs, videos, that is something that really will allow us to get more portions of the market. And this is, of course, some useful resources that you will find in our open group library. We have the Digital First Enterprise page, which is in there. You can also find in there the DP book, the OAA standard, the IT for IT version 3 snapshot, which is already published, and the TOGAF standard 10 edition, of course, that you can see in PDF or also navigate in the digital version, which is great. Steve presented it earlier. It can allow you to have searches and different things. And in general, in the Open Group Library, you will find a lot of very useful information about how our standards can be applied to fulfill specific needs and in concrete to address digital. Okay, this is what I have for today. I don't know if we still have some time for Q&A.
Sonia, thank you very much. We do, please take a seat. We do have time for a couple of questions. Let's see. Question that came in from one of our YouTube viewers. It's really about digital transformation as opposed to the portfolio specifically, but any thoughts on how to measure the business value benefit that is realized from digital transformation programs?
I think that's a huge question, you know, because I think we should start with the mission and strategic objectives. You know, you can start measuring, for example, okay, I have a new digital platform, therefore I'm offering my products faster, and I have improved navigation in my web pages, or people downloading my products or buying my products or subscription, depending on the model. But at the end of the day, that needs to be connected with strategic objectives. So in my view, it should be a hierarchy of measures, starting with the ones that are more related with sales and acquisitions and customers and all that, but all the way how this is connected with the overall strategy. So it's a hierarchy of metrics.
Right, and it's a topic that has been raised inside the membership of the
Exactly.
Open Group. We're hoping to get a specific activity going.
Exactly, OKRs and KPIs related with that.
Yeah. You mentioned the issue of technical debt. Is the need to connect and rationalize the standards a form of technical debt for the Open Group?
I think it is, you know, because it's, you know, while we are doing this, we have discovered that even definitions are sometimes duplicate, some of them are not very consistent. Sometimes it's a matter of wording, sometimes it's deeper than that. So I guess it's something that we definitely need to do. You know, for example, if you go over the library, and it has a real reason, it's because it's so huge, the library, you will find in there very good white papers that are out of date now. So that is part of our technical debt. We need to update all that. So definitely, yes.
Okay. And last question, when you showed the standards that are involved in the initial portfolio, none of the Open Group security standards were in there.
Yes.
Is there what's the approach to security? Is the question.
Actually, the approach with security is like in the very beginning when we started this pilot, we mostly address standards that were already in GitLab, which is the delivery platform that we are using now along with Antora. And those were the OAA, the DP book, and the IT for IT. And then we decided to connect that with the TOGAF 10 edition, which is already in HTML. So those ones were the easier, the low-hanging fruit for us. Similar with the glossaries and roles, which is a document that was already made in GitLab and Tora. However, when we started making this engagement with other forums, the forum that responded more is Security Forum, which is something that we were really pleased. Actually, we put in review the DP book, and most of the comments were around security. So now, after this week, we're going to start an activity along with the Security Forum. And I can see very easily how can we start connecting information for security.
Right, that's great. We'll leave it there, Sonia. Thank you very much.
Thank
Sonia
you.
Gonzalez, thank you.
Thank you.
And as Sonia said, we need help. The more ideas, the better. Next up, another colleague of mine, Andrew Josey. Andrew is Vice President of Standards and Certification here at the Open Group. As a result, he oversees all certification and testing programs at the Open Group and also manages the standards process, which is absolutely vital. He's going to discuss how the Open Agile Architecture framework provides guidance for agilists and architects, OAA building blocks, when and how to apply them, and OAA axioms for Agile Architecture, a set of guidelines for Agile architects. So welcome, Andrew, over to you.
Okay, thank you. Can everybody hear me? Good. And we'll assume green is the right way. Yes, it is. Okay. Okay, so here's a quick overview of what I'm going to talk about today. Actually, I think Steve just mentioned all of this, but really is just to give you a quick introduction to some of the aspects of the Open Agile Architecture standard. Specifically, I want to look at the Open Agile Architecture building blocks, and I'll be basically taking you sort of a walk through almost deconstructing one of their diagrams that explains what building blocks are, and then actually taking you through that, which will actually explain where the different building blocks sort of can be applied and how and when you might use them. And then we'll look then briefly at the OAA axioms, which is what you can think of as a set of guidelines, perhaps guardrails, that Agile architects should use or recommended to use, in their practices. So hopefully you'll come away, with a bit more understanding of what's in the standard. Obviously, I can't cover the whole standard in 30 minutes, but hopefully it'll be helpful. Just start off a little bit about agility. I like to try and illustrate things with some nice pictures if we can. Obviously, it's pretty much a given today. All organizations want agility. So, for me to say that, it's a priority, it's usually more than a priority. It's a given. Obviously, the concern that we sometimes see, is deploying Agile at scale is often done at the expense of architecture. And so what we've done with the OAA standard is really come up with some guidelines to actually help architects, to think about how to have the benefits of enterprise architecture with agility. So that's what we're really about. What do we mean by Agile architecture? Well, this is what we mean. This is actually a definition taken from Gartner. I'm not going to read it out, but there it is. You'll have seen this diagram. Hopefully you'll have seen this. This is a diagram that's in the OAA standard, and really this sort of summarizes up the approach that they take. And I think we heard Sonia mention this as well. And so this is about, going hand in hand, this digital transformation and Agile transformation. So what is Open Agile Architecture? Really, it's an open standard, so it's an open standard from the open group, developed originally at the governing board as a special governing board work group. So they got a group of the governing board members came together to accelerate this initiative, and obviously they've delivered a version of the standard. I think it was probably about 18 months ago. Time goes a bit quick with the pandemic. I've sort of lost all track in the last 2 years of what happened. And most recently, they're working on a technical corrigendum, which is just really a minor tidy up and wouldn't really impact anything that you already know in this area, won't be impacted by the technical corrigendum. Obviously, we've seen quite a few references, to the OAA standard throughout the other work that's going on in the open group. So if you read some of the TOGAF series guides, they often refer into it. Oh, did that move on its own? Oh, no. Sorry. And also at The Turning Point, the novel, which so Stephanie's here, but one of the authors also features the Open Agile Architecture standard. So it's really about best practices and guidance, as I mentioned, for enterprise architects who want to practice in an agile and digital context. Just give you a little bit of the overview of what the standard is, how it's organized. It basically comes in two parts. There's part one, which is what we call the OAA core. You can think of that as the foundations, hence this picture. So that's why an organization, why an enterprise needs to conduct transformation. And that's the fundamental concepts are all in there. The second part is the OAA building blocks, and that's the bit I'm going to talk about a little bit next. And that really develops topics in much sort of deeper detail. So you've got topics such as agile strategy, about how you organize your organization for agility, software architecture, even a bit on hardware architecture. And there's certain different contexts that it looks at, and we'll look at that in a minute, from what the enterprise does through to what the enterprise is, and I'll explain that a bit more. There's this diagram I wanted to talk us through. This is basically corresponds to the 12 building blocks that there are. I'm not going to talk you through all of these, but really, when you take the standard and you look into each of these building blocks, they go down into quite a lot of detail, sort of in-depth information. This is not really a beginner's guide to enterprise architecture. That's one thing to realize about the OAA standard. It presumes you've got certain skills, experience, and this is really giving you extra advice of how to apply it, how to deploy it. So this is actually a key diagram from the standard. We saw this a minute ago from also in Sonia's talk, and I think we've seen it a couple of times. And what I really wanted to do was just to take you through this. I'm not sure it comes out too well on the screen, but hopefully the next couple of slides we can just sort of decompose that. One thing to say there, here you see some lines here. These are not layers, so don't think of this as some sort of layered view, some sort of layered organization. These are actually views. Okay, so let me just talk you through it. We always seem to have a bit of challenge here, don't we? So basically, I think is there a laser on here as well? That's that one. Okay, good. Yeah. So it's structured upon two axes here. There's what the enterprise does and what the enterprise is. And there's also a perspective axis here. So it's just a little bit complicated, but just think of it as a roadmap. That's what I've been sort of thinking about. Okay. So I can look and see where certain building blocks live and say, okay, that's about working on, what the enterprise does. So if there's something, we've got to find out what it does. There'll be some techniques, there'll be some methods, some guidance in that section that we'll use. I'm going to talk a little bit about more of some of these things in the next few slides. Let's just see if we can get... There are some areas that actually are positioned along both axes, so they're not on either side. So here we've got strategy, value, data, which obviously turns into information, and then there's artificial intelligence, which is about making use of the information and so on. I'll touch a little bit on those in coming slides. I'm not going to be able to go into every conceivable detail of the OAA in this session, partly because I don't know it all, because I tend to just read the books, but also there's a lot of information and more than we can carry on in 20 minutes. So let's see. Yeah. Okay, so what we've got here, the laser stuff here, the corporate identity, corporate culture, and these, I've skipped past my notes here, so I mentioned, yeah, so corporate brand identity and corporate culture, these actually influence what the enterprise does, so this is why they're out here a little bit more. We've got various techniques to actually determine what the enterprise does, so you'll be using experience design, journey maps, value streams, event storming. Coming on the other side about what the enterprise is, you'll have your product will be, what you're delivering, your value proposition and your customer experience. Operations, that's how you're designing your value streams and the operating model that produces or operates the product. And then you'll get down to the software and hardware level where you're actually automating your product and you've got the operations that support it. So this is really just giving you the sort of the roadmap to the contents of this part of the standard that you can go and really dive down into the deep detail. There's a lot of advice about the best practice for, it goes, when we look at strategy, for example, it will talk of, there's a lot of theory about the strategy and about how you can, various references to papers, so how you exploit that, so how you can develop your differentiation of your digital products based on your strategic positioning. I mentioned the corporate identity, corporate culture. That can be very critical to differentiating your enterprise. And there's obviously advice there. So a lot of this stuff is really sort of what I would consider to be out in the sort of the more sort of fuzzy space about how you can, get that competitive advantage, how you can get your customers to feel sort of like, that sort of attract, almost as if they're loyal to your product and so on. So a lot of how you build your corporate brand identity, how you build your corporate culture. Everybody says, oh yes, I always want to stick with, for example, I fly with British Airways because I like whatever it is they do to me, like upgrade me and so on, but something about that, but yeah. And then obviously in the center here, we've got about value. So there's a lot of information about, you know, the, what they call in the OAA about how you can get value by actually including an emotional dimension. So there's a lot of text about that and about how the value of a product can be increased by either, you know, maintaining its functions, making it free, or adding further functions. I know with some of the products I use over time, for example, my car. I bought my new electric car about 2 years ago. The software wasn't very good, but over that 2 years, you know, it keeps getting upgraded and there's more features. You know, initially when I started, there wasn't CarPlay, for example, and now, you know, after a year, there was CarPlay, and then it's going in for a new upgrade soon. And then in the winter, my battery of the EV will be better performing and so on. So, you know, I feel, you know, the product is improving over time, so through this sort of digital experience. Obviously, some of the companies we're dealing with are still learning how to still provide that best digital experience. Obviously, there are some market leaders out there who have been doing it for a while, you know, and again, going back to the EV space, obviously Tesla is sort of leaps and bounds over my product supplier, who's from Germany, shall we say. And anyway. And then moving now into the perspective space, this is the other dimension I mentioned. We had this dimension here, there's this dimension down here. The experience perspective is about defining value from the client perspective. So that's, in fact, if you were at Sonia's session yesterday, that was really much, it's about those sort of techniques, about using things like jobs to be done, finding out what your client, your customer's pain points and gains are. And again, also thinking about their emotional, the emotional dimension of their experience, using an outside-in view and so on. So these are the sort of the techniques, the guidelines that the OAA standard covers. The work system, oops, I did that, oh, hang on a minute. Everybody's had trouble with the flipper, and well, I think we should all undergone some training before we stood up. The work system perspective, that defines the ability of the enterprise to deliver client benefits efficiently. So that's really where you might be using value streams to identify, you know, the end-to-end sort of activities that could be shared, and maybe you can be optimizing and improving. Technical system perspective, that really covers the hardware, the software parts of the enterprise. So, and that also includes things such as, you know, the software architecture that we, you know, which is what many people sort of think of when they think about agile development. You know, the actual original sort of agile movement was sort of down in that space. And then we have what the enterprise is. As I mentioned, this was the right part of the function form axis. And that starts by defining the boundaries that connect a couple of things. First of all, it's connecting the enterprise to its environment, and then also it's the enterprise parts to each other and to the environment. So that's including things such as product architecture, operations architecture, the organization, obviously governance out there, and domain design, sort of segmentation. So as I mentioned again, there's lots of information in the standard. You can go in and really sort of delve in depth at these areas. And these are some of the relevant questions that when you're looking at you know, what the enterprise is. So these are the sort of questions you would be asking. Obviously, I'm not going to read these out, but this is taken from the standard. Lastly, in this section, we have what the enterprise does. So as I mentioned, that's the left side of things. So, you know, taking this part of the sort of the roadmap. Obviously, we have experience design. So that includes customer research, product discovery, and again, that's covered in quite a bit of detail in the standard. There are journey maps, so you know, as a technique that you can use for sort of bridging outside-in thinking with inside-out thinking. and so on. So there's all of those techniques are covered. So this very much complements a lot of the work that we're doing elsewhere in the open group. Has sort of has caught up a little bit with the thinking that that the members who put this standard together we're sort of ahead of the game at that point. We have value streams as well. So that's obviously again complementing the outside-in view by representing, you know, end-to-end activities and where value is being created. And obviously we have other standards now, such as in the TOGAF series guides. There's a specific one on value streams, which, you know, takes you through how you can actually do that and break down your value streams into value stream stages and so on. Event storming, that's another technique that's covered in the OAA standard, and that helps you to explore the domain. So it brings out a whole new sort of set of tools and guidelines, methods that you can use, not just on their own here, but with our other standards. It's all very, very complementary. So next we're going to go on to what I decided was the sort of second sort of main section of today's talk. So as I say, I'm just trying to give you a really high level look into the standard here. There's a lot to it. So I wanted to talk about these OAA axioms, as they call them. Axioms seems to be a keen term. I think I'm not quite sure why people started calling them axioms, whether it was we wanted to get away from calling them principles, because if we called them principles, it would be like, aha, you're not using the template for principles, and that may be it. So anyway, it's a set of guidelines, or some people might think of restrictions that agile architects are recommended to follow. So most of it is common sense. There are actually 16 of them. I'm not going to read them out, but here's the list here. I'm not going to go through them all because I thought, well, if I go through 16, that's really laboring it. But so I'm going to go through about 10 of them, okay? And I think most of them you'll think, oh yes, that's fairly obvious. Some things about them, all of them support both the digital and agile enterprise. So there's, that's the aim of there. Several of them have been conceived to support speed and agility, so they're particularly focused on speed and agility. So we're just going to skip through these. So I think this one, everybody can agree, customer experience. These are not in any particular order, although I think this is probably the one that I would think is probably one of the main drivers around sort of the digital experience, is making sure that the quality of the customer experience is a very key factor. I guess we all know when we don't enjoy an experience, don't we? So that's, and obviously there are some great examples out there being set by various industry players that have just sort of shifted the goalposts on customer experience. I think in the standard there are a few examples. I think we don't tend to name specific companies, but for example, you might think of a company that delivers items very quickly and that type of thing, and they do have a few case studies in there. We tried to anonymize all the case studies in the OAA standard. So, but there are things like ride-hailing companies and delivery companies and all this sort of thing. So you can probably guess who they were originally. Outside-in thinking. So this is where you're doing your product planning not from the view of how you will actually build it and deliver it, but more from how the customers might use it, how they might want to use a product, and then doing your thinking that way. Trying to identify the hidden needs, that's a key item. And the standard provides you methods to do this. So, there are sections in the standard on jobs to be done analysis, customer journey mapping, design thinking. These are all examples of what's covered by the standard. Obviously, rapid feedback loops. I think we all agree that this is one of the key things, from the Agile movement, is we want to, product out frequently, get the feedback, and obviously, verify customer needs and assumptions, and then keep improving. Obviously, that's one thing we want to do within the open group itself, and that's one of the aims of the digital portfolio, would be to be able to sort of accelerate delivery of bits of our standards, and then get that rapid feedback as well. So that's always a good thing. Autonomous cross-functional teams. So this is really about reducing dependencies between teams. If you have a team A that depends on a team B and a team C to start making changes, it soon gets, it can soon slow things down. I know we tend to experience that ourselves when we, in a small organization where you depend on other people who are quite busy. And so if you can be more autonomous in your teams, then you can be working at a much greater speed. Obviously, there's much shorter time for communication if it's just within your own team group, just making decisions and then going and implementing things. And obviously that gives you a lot more flexibility as well. So, team structure is key, and there's quite a lot on team structure that's covered in the standard, and I think, as Sonia mentioned that as well, about how we do organization is quite a thing, and that's really more of often it's really a social thing. It's not a technical thing. This is about the social elements, and if you read the standard, it will go into that. There's a lot about the social aspects of, even talks a lot about the old coal mines apparently, and apparently they learnt a lot from how they structured teams down in the mines. So there's quite a bit there to be taken in. Loosely coupled systems. So again, this is really about if you can decompose, a monolithic system into something which is loosely coupled. I think we've all heard of what they do at Amazon, and their, the Jeff Bezos mandate at one time. But basically, it makes things much simpler if there are well-defined interfaces, and you've just got a very light, loose coupling between the two. Makes for better sort of modularity. Means you can shorten your development times. If you've got an interface that you're programming to, whichever way it might be a service thing or an actual programming API, you don't care too much what's behind there, as long as you get that sort of contractual guarantee of the interface. Which is actually, again, for us, that's actually not actually anything that's new, because we would say to you, well, we've been doing this in the open group since like the mid-80s when we started in the Unix work, because that was always about the contract of the API. But anyway, that's me digressing a little bit. Simple common operating principles. Again, this really gets back to APIs as well. So this is really about, if you can keep it simple, then it's going to be, much better. And again, as I mentioned, that's about exposing functionality using standard APIs and service calls, that type of thing. So, in fact, some of these are on a sort of a common theme. So again, this one about partitioning your problem space, partitioning your enterprise rather than layering is a similar idea. And not only does this apply to sort of how you do your architectures, it also goes into the standard about how you organize your organization, how you structure your organization. So they talk about examples, if you organize a business into functional units, that tends to end up building silos, and then that tends to end up causing problems with agility and scalability. So again, the standard goes into these social aspects. This is an interesting one again. This is really about Conway's law. Has everybody here heard about Conway's law? About sometimes how you're developing a bit of, if you've got I think that the classic example I've always read about is, I think it was a compiler company, and for some reason they were structured into 3 parts of the company, and it ended up with a three-pass compiler. And so, obviously, they've taken this a step further now, and we have the inverse Conway maneuver, which they talk a lot about, which is about actually deciding on what your product architecture should be and then structuring your organization along those lines, and then it actually helps to build a better solution that way. And project to product shift. Actually, I heard this mentioned a lot, I think, when I was listening to sort of like the IT for IT developments over the last few years. And I think that was something that, wasn't it there, that you went towards that sort of space. So again, this is about, rather than setting up teams just for projects, no, that's you want to really focus on your deliverables. So, to me that makes sense, but obviously they want to put that down as one of the axioms. And lastly, but not least, just to keep the security forum happy, there is indeed an axiom about secure by design. So again, that's really about creating an environment, that helps, everybody to build security into their designs, to build that into your architecture to start with. And the standard talks about, the shift from not just being DevOps, but actually to DevSecOps. So where you embed security at every stage. So, there's a whole wealth of information. As I mentioned, there are 16 of these axioms. I've only touched on 10 of them because I want to keep things relatively in the time that we've got. And then lastly, just to give you some more information. And what I've done here is just to make a few tiny URLs, so it should be easy for you to even remember these and type them in. So you can find the standard online. One thing we've got with the online standard, it not only you can either read it as a whole and you can search as a whole, but it also has two versions. There's actually one where we split it down into chapters as well, so you can actually just to be different. We're always trying different things. You can also download the standard. And then the other thing that we've got is actually a certification program around it, which I haven't talked about it today, but you can go and find out about certification for the Open Agile Architecture Practitioner Program at that URL. Okay, well, thank you very much. As I mentioned, this was just a really high-level, sort of short introduction to the standard, and hope that helped a little bit to give you that view on what there is in it.
Thank you, Andrew. Have a seat. We'll just take a couple of questions. You touched on it right at the end, actually.
I did.
But certification. Question came in about certification. What is the certification program for the Open Agile Architecture Standard?
Okay, yeah, we have it's a practitioner level certification. So the idea is it's not intended as a first sort of entry level foundation, and as I mentioned, you can find out a little bit more at that URL. But if you go to you can go to www.opengroup.org/certifications at the top, and it's one of the programs there. I think we've got about 13 units, if I recall. We've got, at the moment, 2 accredited training courses. It's sort of ramping up. We had some good feedback on LinkedIn the other week, didn't we? That was was one of the trainers, I think, in the Netherlands were very positive about it. We've also got self-study material, so if anybody doesn't want to wait for a training course or wants to go and to pick that up, they can actually go to our shop and order a self-study pack and actually do that as well. It's still early days for that program. I think we're still about just 50 certified individuals and two accredited training courses.
Right. Yeah, I think the feedback you're referring to was basically, this is a must for every agilist and architect, was pretty much what the feedback was, which was great to see. And I think it will. I think it will really start to pick up. Just lastly, Andrew, do I have to choose between using the TOGAF standard and OAA, or can I use them together?
It's very much a use them together as appropriate idea. That it's not a, this does not have an ADM in it. It has a bunch of other things that you use, techniques, very much that would complement. It's designed as a complement for the TOGAF standard. So, right. And in fact, what we'll see is, I think we'll see more of a convergence of techniques over time. So we're starting to see references to it. So if you look at some of the TOGAF series guides, literally they have cross-references into to the OAA standard material. So, we should expect that. I think I'm not sure if we've got any cross-references back, but maybe just one or two at the moment. But we start to see the references between all the standards. If you read the DP-BOK, I think the DP-BOK also cross-references into the OA standard as well as to the TOGAF standard. So as things go on, we'll see more of that, this basic convergence. And no need to replicate. That's the good thing about things. There's not a need to replicate information when we've got it there. And we'll probably appreciate that more as the digital portfolio comes out, because it will be easier. You'll just be reading one section. Oh, journey mapping, click. Oh, we're here, I'm in journey mapping. Where am I? Oh, actually, I didn't know I was in the OAA standard, and I don't particularly care that I'm in there. So it'll be, so that's the idea. That's the plan, yeah.
Great stuff.
Yeah.
Andrew, Josey, thank you very much.
Thank you, Steve.
Okay, our last presentation today is a double act, and we have what we're going to do is review the digital product definition. Andrew mentioned it towards the end of his talk. Sonia mentioned it earlier, but digital product definition based on the shift to digital product paper and how the digital product concept served as a foundation to refactor our IT for IT standard version 3 to be product centric. Our speakers are going to provide evidence for why architecture practices need to embrace product centricity and how organizations should focus on managing the 4 critical product portfolios essential to digital enterprises. And we have 2 experts in the topic here to deliver that for us. Mark Bodman, who is the Senior Product Manager at ServiceNow, with specific responsibility for CSDM outbound product management, and Dan Warfield, who's Managing Director of CC&C Europe, based in London. Dan is the Global IT Transformation Lead for CC&C, a long-time gold member at the Open Group that specializes in enterprise architecture and IT transformation training and consultancy. So a warm welcome from the Open Group for Mark Bodman and Dan Warfield.
Coming up over there.
Well, this is part of the story. So Dan, you're up first, right?
I've got to use the ladder here. I'm a little bit. Still leg is healing. Oh, mic is on.
Green button goes forward.
Does it? Great.
I think so.
Okay.
Right? Green is go.
That says we have 35 minutes, but it isn't true.
Well, we'll go over.
And we're in between whatever is going on here and whatever's going on across the hall. So we're aware of that, and we'll try to be kind.
All right.
This is me. Am I pushing the buttons?
You can push the buttons.
Which button is it, Mark?
Green, the big green one.
I see why people are confused with this.
The big, large green one.
Big, large green one. I only put these things on my slide because I want to make the point that the background I'm bringing to this is fundamentally a business background. I moved into IT from a business role with the idea that we must be able to do better than that. And I would actually challenge this, which I've been looking at for 2 days, and say the TOGAF, yeah, you can use it for business efficiency, but what we really want to do as enterprise architects is create better business value. I'm more interested in that, and I'm more interested in outcomes than I am in mechanics. Excuse me, apologize for the bad throat. And outcomes are very important. And part of the answer to the question that we are trying to address here today of how does EA get engaged in the agile world and in digital products is to pick up some things that are mentioned in TOGAF, but we kind of lose sight of them when we get into the mechanics, which are outcomes. TOGAF talks about architecture governance, including the job of governing the existing architecture landscape, being aware of whether the thing that you thought you were going to do and the value that you thought you were going to get is actually happening, and driving that back into the ADM cycles of the future. But what we really talk about most of the time is how do I do an architecture project? And that's interesting, but it's not enough, and that, I believe, is where a lot of the disconnect comes from.
And I am a digital product manager. My product exists purely in the digital space. There's no physicality at all to the product that I manage day to day. And I'm here to talk a little about how, of course, we created this notion of a digital product, and then we're starting to, as a company, ServiceNow, we provide these digital products in the cloud most of the time to our customers. So everything I do is purely digital, and we are, of course, in my team, already product-centric. But there's a lot of other teams that aren't.
We met when I was at Walmart, and Mark introduced me to IT for IT and brought me into this open group thing. And I've been stuck in it for a while now, and I like it quite a lot. But to me, the important thing is not, as I said, process, it's outcome.
That's right.
And if you can get aligned with that as an EA, I think you'll have a lot more to talk about with the Agile teams. So this particular point here, and this is for EAs who maybe know TOGAF and understand the ADM, but who may not know much about IT for IT, is to say, why should you care? This is why you should care, because as pretty much every organization in the world starts to have digital products, like Andrew's car is a digital product. Lars was correct when he said digital products in the data center, but also we're talking about digital products in the world, and Mark will talk a little bit more about that. If you're an EA and you're not aware of this as an important reference architecture, then let's talk about that for a few minutes. I use this slide in my IT for IT training to help people understand what is IT for IT. And this is, I don't like getting things out of Wikipedia. It's not the most reliable resource. It's a bit like, I saw it on the interweb, so it must be true. Whoever wrote this, and if you're listening, thank you. What happened?
It went to Notes View.
How?
They can still see it, okay, don't worry.
Okay, this is a great explanation of what is a reference architecture, and it describes exactly what IT for IT is. It's a collection of functions, something about their relationship, something about their interfaces, and it's defined at different levels of abstraction. And for all the applications that interest me the most, it is a business architecture for how to do technology in a product-centric world. It started off as a solution to the problem that a large oil company in the Netherlands was having with not being able to connect their ITSM tools together very nicely, even though they all had the same badge on them. And that was the beginning, but we've gone a long way past that. One of the first applications for this was to create things like this heat map. This is from an HP software piece of work. It's been sanitized probably about 7 years ago now. You know about this picture.
Well, and this one is, I think, part of the one of the guides we created for applying IT for IT in a rationalization exercise.
There is a guide there.
Yeah.
And that's the first most interesting, obvious use case for this. I used it in that way at Walmart, and it was very effective. HP would go out and do these engagements with their customers. And when I was told this, I didn't believe it, but actually it's true. You'd find like 4,000 or 5,000 individual licensed software products are actually in production.
Yes.
It's like, how can you possibly do that?
And sometimes hundreds of them in one block.
So if you don't do anything else with IT for IT, if you're doing APM and you're talking about your tools landscape, you should be using this. But that's not the only thing that you can use it for. In TOGAF terms, IT for IT is a common systems architecture. It applies across the world to every kind of organization that makes technology things. And it is a minimum viable set of architecture building blocks, which are called functional components, which I would describe in business architecture term as business functions. Mm-hmm. The data objects, which are the circles, are these readable? Kind of. The data objects represent business information. That's what this is a picture of, and the lines represent the minimum viable system of record integrations in this picture. And what IT for IT is saying is if you have all of this working at a certain level, you will be able to not only manage this set of functions well, you will get traceability from end to end You would no longer have the service desk people running around saying, God, what's going to happen when the server goes down? Who is it? I've been in a meeting helping the infrastructure team in a large company where they had to get rid of 400 Windows 2000 servers because security said it's time to drop the boom on this. And they were terrified because they had no idea what those servers were doing.
It's the scream test again.
That
right?
was my suggestion. I said, well, unplug the network cable and you'll find out pretty quickly. They didn't like that.
No.
They eventually did an archaeology project and figured it out. But you would not have to do that if you use this approach.
No.
This is a picture of the value streams in IT for IT version 3, which is on the verge of release. Mm-hmm. And as has been mentioned, this is all public because of snapshots we published. This article here by Lars, who spoke earlier, explains in some detail how you can use this model as the basis for understanding how to not just do safe type of work, but scale it up. And that's the real key to this, scale it up.
Automate those jobs.
Automate those jobs and have a consistent way of working. I've done consulting work in which we're looking at using IT for IT as a template to say, well, how are you doing this? And, well, this team does things this way. This team does things that way. So every team is using different tools, different approaches. The Agile developers are not recording any design decisions they make because they have godlike vision of the future, so it's not needed. And companies now, this is what I'm getting from people I talk to, are beginning to understand the level of technical debt that is being created by that kind of behavior. Mm-hmm. As Lars mentioned earlier, IT for IT will help you get rid of that. Another important use of IT for IT as a reference architecture is for the service brokering problem. There's another guide, Service Brokering with the IT for IT standard. Started off as a project to say, how can we be a cloud broker? That was an interesting question when that was written, and they very quickly realized, actually, the service broker is the answer. This slide is from a presentation done at an open group conference about 4 years ago from SKF, which is a ball bearing manufacturer in Scandinavia. And they experienced digital disruption when ball bearings suddenly became digital products. They became part of the Internet of Things. So instead of waiting until your $10,000 industrial ball bearing reaches its predicted life and you replace it, now it tells you, I'm starting to die, saves a lot of money. If you can't do that, you go out of business. They redesigned their business and the way that they thought about their own IT department to deal with that disruption. If you dig into the IT for IT standard, you will find that there are about 430, what do we call them?
Functional criteria.
Functional criteria that describe in detail the data flows, the system of record integrations, and things like that that are needed to understand whether you are actually doing all the things that you need to do to make this model work. It's been proven. One of the problems with this is that it's an open group standard, which means that I can use this heavily and make a significant improvement to my business, and nobody will ever know.
Yes.
So they say, well, who's using this? Somebody asked earlier, who's using this in government? Well, I can tell you this is being used in some defense industries that you certainly have heard of, and you may even have ridden in one of their vehicles. I did on Saturday night, but they have no reason to tell anybody what they're doing, and they don't. This is more in use than you might think.
Absolutely.
To me, coming from a strategic planning and a management perspective, the most important thing about this is on this slide. How do you decide how to invest in IT? In a traditional large company, you have an IT spend every year of hundreds of millions of dollars or billions of dollars, and about 4% of that is up for grabs.
Discretionary, we called it.
Discretionary. The rest of it is in the keep the lights on bucket. Well, that's already spent, so we won't talk about that. when I was at Walmart, part of my job was to keep some kind of organization and minimize the chaos among the 40 different departments that were fighting over the 4%. How do you make the decision? Well, I would say politics and fantasy is how you decide how to spend those precious discretionary dollars. It is very traditional human behavior. It is not efficient. When I talk to people about TOGAF, and I'm teaching people what TOGAF is about, and IT for IT, one of the training points is architecture is about money. Randy Hafner, one of the great Forrester architects, told me, well, he said it in a presentation, you could use any metric you like when you're doing architecture work, as long as it's dollars. Because when you roll these things up to the top, have you been in a boardroom? Do you listen to what they talk about? They don't talk about architecture goodness. They talk about earnings per share. They talk about money. Even in the public sector, they talk about financial outcomes first, and that's what people are interested in the boardroom. If we can flip the way that we make those decisions from being a big fight about a small amount of money to a discussion about a portfolio of products that we're managing, technology products, and allocate most of that keep the lights on spend at a granular way to those product portfolios, the investment decision becomes very different. Now, we use this at Walmart, and I can tell you that the way that we got this to work was to force a culture change by changing the way that people in the IT division were given money to buy things, which was that we took it away from them. And we said, we're going to have an architecture for the IT tooling landscape that's controlled at the division level instead of at your department of 6 people who like some product that you bought 5 years ago. And we were able to do that.
Okay.
This is the key thing that makes the product orientation important. If your investment model is about which projects shall we do, how should we divide up that 4% of the total IT spend into projects and prioritize them, you're never going to get out of the hole. You will always be a cost center, and your attempt to do architecture work, your attempt to make sensible recommendations so that people can make the right decisions is always going to be a struggle, uphill and often not successful. So this is why I like IT for IT, because it allows us to stop thinking about which project should I do and start thinking about what are our products, which ones are most important, and the mechanism is in the model to look not just at cost, and everyone's worried about, well, how much does this application cost? If IT for IT is fully implemented, we can also say, and how much revenue do we want to ascribe to Mark's subscription, to his instance of that application? Roll it all up, and you're a product manager with a profit and loss account, not just somebody spending lots of money and throwing it down a hole. This is why I like this and why it's important. And when people see that and grab it and go with it, it makes a lot of difference. And that's exactly what they expect from you as an enterprise architect, is to help the company make better financial decisions about technology. So that's my angle on it. Now, when we do that, and we say we're going to focus on digital product management instead of project portfolios, we then start to create a new capability, a new competency, a new role, which pulls all these other things together into a different way of energizing the business. And enterprise architecture should be right in the middle of that. And in the IT for IT model, EA is described. EA artifacts are there that are used to inform and support the digital product portfolio management process.
And that's what the digital factory basically is. IT for IT describes that digital factory.
It is. Yeah. It is the wiring diagram for the digital factory.
Yes.
And it does this. Because the information model in IT for IT is all about the minimum necessary data flows through the entire network so that everybody can get the information they need. And this is where we came in, isn't it?
Yes. Now we're going to talk about digital products, and we're going to expand your maybe initial understanding and definition of what a digital product is a little bit. And it starts with my product. My product is not sold to end customers. I don't get paid for my product. But it's critically important to every one of ServiceNow's customers. But I know who my customers are internally, and I do know through them who my external customers are. And this idea, the whole definition of a digital product came about one day. I visited a book publisher very much like Van Haren, and they said, you know what, we have products, we have books we sell, we also have these digital products, which are books that we sell, but they're digital. They're in the digital world. They don't exist unless there's code running out there to actually realize the value, to see the outcome. And that was like, oh, that's an interesting paradigm shift. And those books, if you don't have the code out there running, you can't read a book. And that's an ecosystem of things that have to deliver the book. They have to run the book on a device to see it. And if it's not all working and compatible, you can't read your book. You can still read these. So back at ServiceNow, just to give you a little bit of a background on my own experience, I have an enterprise architecture background. So I'm a product manager, and I manage the CMDB and CSDM. But I know the application development space. My background is developing apps that I ship out or use within the IT organization. On the other side of the fence, I would say, on the DevOps side of the fence, you got services being managed. And historically, those are two different systems, two different teams, and people threw things over the wall, and the folks out there had to run them operationally. And in the middle is something called DevOps. Anybody heard of that? If you haven't, you're living under a rock. Yeah, but the thing is that DevOps even has created frameworks around managing these digital product concepts. And the way I describe to my kids, you know, this digital product is like the app portfolio and the service portfolio got married and had babies. And it's called a digital product. So rather than trying to make one win versus the other win, let's come up with a concept that basically supersedes both of them in a way that's product-centric, and digital product makes sense. Okay, so that's kind of the thought pattern that came to this definition, which we went on a venture to create a definition and publish white papers, and now it's part of IT for IT. So these digital products are everywhere. I think I like this example because people never really heard of it. But my oven, when I built my house, came as a digital oven. It has an operating system. It connects to my Wi-Fi, connects to my watch. And it connects to my phone, so I actually could scan the barcode on my food. It beams that barcode to somewhere in the Whirlpool data center, which then programs my oven. And when the oven is done, it tells my watch, wherever I am in the house, that my food is done. So there's an ecosystem of different digital products that are working together to realize an outcome. And this is all around us, you know, and these dependencies, these outcomes are dependent on more and more of these products working together.
And what happens when the Whirlpool company discovers a CVE in one of their downstream software components that's part of your digital oven?
Well, the scream test, I might scream if they unplug that thing in the data center. What is this thing, you know, spitting out, you know, recipes from a barcode. So I wouldn't want to see that. And I don't plan on replacing my oven anytime soon. Okay, I want to keep that for 20 years. So Whirlpool better keep that server in their data center for 20 years, right, or more. And then I want it to be patched. And they did patch it. So this oven came, and they updated it about 2 months ago with an air fryer mode. It didn't have that before. So the behavior of my oven changed, right, without me having to touch it. So they're everywhere if you look, and it's kind of interesting when you start thinking about the consequences. And so we did embark on a definition. There's a white paper we wrote There was at least 84 revisions of this paper before we got it right and published. And I think, from a simplicity perspective, a digital product runs code to deliver outcomes. That's the way you need to think about it. There's a lot of other stuff in the definition, and we've gone much further in the IT for IT space to kind of put some additional context around that. One of the key things are the two different life cycles that are there, which is creating the digital product and getting it out there to be used. And then there's the user experience. We call it the contract life cycle. If it's an oven, I expect it around for 20 years. My contract with Whirlpool is keep it running for 20 years. I don't want to get rid of it. But other digital products have different contracts. And what about my own product? My contract was with my peers down the hallway with a dependency on my product. The contract that I have with them is really just a handshake, not much more than that. And whatever they can lobby to get their stuff done versus one of their peers.
Well, an insight from this discussion about zero trust architectures and supply chain security is actually what you want is down that stack, you want these contracts in place. You want explicit subscriptions between the different layers of that product so that you can trace how it works and do exactly the things we were hearing about earlier.
Yeah, and what we want to do is formalize some of these informal, undefined contracts because, I need to know who my customer is so I can make them successful and I understand my value and the outcomes I deliver. And that goes for these internal used digital products, the ones that you use from your partners and vendors, okay? And of course, your customers. It's not just for customers outside paying money. It's all these internal dynamics that need to be managed as a contract. So this is a different view. Some folks might recognize where this comes from, but this is a product instance, basically, when we defined it, has a couple of key elements, a contract, the way you interact with that product, which could be a mechanical lever in a car, it could be an API, it could be a human interface. And the human interfaces could be APIs too, because you could do screen scraping and whatnot. And then it also consists of a system. So if you think about the instantiation of that digital product, there's compute and code running somewhere to make it work. So we call that a system in this diagram and in the model. And there's dependencies. So this is a chain of dependencies between these digital products as they execute. Some of those with machine interfaces, some of those with human interfaces, or maybe even mechanical.
Yeah, so we're looking at the whole range of different kinds of consumers, which very much includes machine consumers. It includes other digital products consuming this digital product. And in TOGAF, you just went backwards.
I did. I want to explain one more thing on this one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, what I'm hearing from my customers is they want to understand those APIs and how they're used. They don't know who's on the other end calling my API. When you change something, when it fails, or when there's something wrong with it that needs to be notifying those other ends, that needs to be managed better as well.
So this colors are a bit washed out, but you've seen this picture before if you've paid attention to TOGAF in the last 10 years. And this is an example, a generic example in TOGAF of how some of the metamodel entities can be combined to describe an architecture. And we put this slide in here because if the topic is how do EA and digital products interact, this is part of the story. This is modeling a function within a function within a function that's part of a business service that's part of a function. This is the kind of modeling that you would need to do to model the digital products that we're talking about. TOGAF does this, it supports it, and it's important to be able to model these things correctly. And this again is, from a governance point of view, where's the touch point between the EA and the people who are building these products?
Right.
It's partly derivable from this diagram.
Yeah, and the contract is embedded in that arrow. What is the terms of the contract? You have to kind of elaborate on this to understand what that relationship happens to be. Is it an API? Is it a person? Is it an external company? So the question is, how will we work together? How will we take this IT for IT standard, version 3, right, that's been written around this digital product concept, and TOGAF, which starts to address some of the issues, but not explicitly you can't explicitly see where they work together, right? And the question is, how do they, given the scenario of a digital product, what that is, and these different types of interactions with consumers of them?
So my takeaway as we worked on this presentation, one of them that's really important is that what we focus on when we're thinking in TOGAF ADM terms is we focus on finding out the motivation and who are the stakeholders and what are the right viewpoints and how do we manage the communication with the stakeholders. And all of that's important, but at the end of the day, what we're really interested in is business outcomes. And all this detail about the requirements and different views and different artifacts that we need to collect to create the views and so on. Actually, the real important thing here is what is the business outcome? And if you have kind of lost sight of that because it's not really emphasized in the way we teach people about TOGAF, then what you want to talk to developers about may seem kind of irrelevant.
Yeah.
But if you pick that up again and say, actually, what are we doing here? Why are they paying us all this money? Well, they're not paying it to you to draw beautiful models. They're paying you all that money because they want you to deliver better business outcomes.
Yeah.
And that's the touch point.
So what we've been working on is a new work stream to bring these together in a more precise way, I would say. And what we have also looked at, different types of digital products. It could be an application, a hardware device like a car or an oven, or a service, which is an interaction, pure interaction, but there's code running somewhere in that interaction. And we busted this up and we identified 4 distinct portfolios of digital product. When you think about digital transformation, there's 4 areas to transform, and they really start with the stuff that your customers obviously buy, the interactions you have with your customers, whether it's buying a pizza online and getting updates to say it's done and come pick me up, or if it's used by employees, making jobs easier in the company, HR, financial systems, whatnot. There's the shared stuff, my product. My product is shared, but I am a product manager, but in a lot of organizations, you don't do it. You don't treat your internal products like products. They're shared IT services or other things that are actually, lose that focus. And then, of course, factory automation. This is the thing we added since we actually published the paper.
Yes.
And it's actually, it came from a conversation I had with a customer. They said, you know what, Mark, we have 250 value streams that we built for these DevOps teams. It's a bit like DevOps gone wild. Every product team actually chose their own tools to implement their value stream for that product. And we want to make a change to them. We just want to insert one new step. But now we got to go to 250 teams that have not used any of the same stuff to insert that one new step. It's inefficient.
So another big takeaway for me as we talk through this is part of the important transformation that IT for IT represents as we move into a world of digital products is that IT is merging into OT. Mm-hmm. And a lot of people who grew up in an IT culture that was invented by accountants in 1963 who are comfortable with fuzzy edges find that transition difficult because OT doesn't give you as many soft landing places when you make mistakes.
Yeah. And there's kind of an interesting dynamic between these portfolios. Obviously, you're here for the upper right persona, which is your customer, but all these other things that are part of that story need to exist for as long as that customer's out there working with you, working with your product. And so we came up with 4 portfolio structures in order to make the decisions, rationalize them. These should be combined, this should be sold, we should acquire something else that does this for our employees, or as a foundational piece of technology or digital product. And then those are, of course, delivered to those particular personas on the right. Now, the interesting thing about the value streams, right, for the digital product, the products that build products, so to speak, they have to be there as long as everything else is being consumed. You have to be able to support it. So in that manufacturing sense, right, whether you're making a car and pushing updates for the next 20 years, or Boeing pushing updates to an airplane, or just a service, you need all of the IT for IT stuff to be able to plan and get the feedback and then push those updates to whatever layer is necessary till your customer gets it.
So a key factor in the way that IT for IT describes the way that we should work building software is that the releases that we create should include all of the information that's needed in order to instantiate that thing now, not in 2 or 3 months, and all of the information that's needed to put the right monitors in place so that we can measure it in real time in the real world, and not only measure performance, but measure SLAs, measure different aspects of how we understand this as a product that's alive. And that's why the contract in the model is called a subscription. I have a car that has 3 times as much code in it as Windows 10.
Yep.
I have a subscription to my Mercedes. I think I just bought a car, but I didn't really.
And I just read an article where BMW, I think it was, is charging to turn on features that are already built into your car.
Yep.
So they already have the hardware there, but they're just charging you more money to actually use them through the software updates.
And when you're working in that team building that stuff, if your design doesn't incorporate the fact that you are creating a subscription relationship with that end user out in the world, with me in my car, or with the team down the hall that's building something that you're supplying code to, then your design will be wrong and your release will be wrong and you will suffer. And all the things that are good about architecture can support helping people to do that the right way.
Yes. And that is our presentation. And thank you very much.
Gentlemen, thank you. Please do take a seat.
Good.
It's that time. You've generated some questions. So,
All right.
Well, we mean to provoke.
A combination of you, Mercedes, and BMW have just given me a great thought for how to change the business model of the Open Group. But anyway, subscription model. Yeah, there we go. So, first off, and this is a naughty question, and you can blame one of your naughty friends, because it has to be from one of them. Did the beard move from Mark to Dan?
Yeah, we've exchanged beards. I wanted to look younger. He wanted to look a little bit older.
Well, you saw me hobbling around here. It's because I injured my leg quite badly, and one of the things I did was stop shaving, and I thought, this isn't a bad look. So
He looks like a millennial, right? Come on.
I am. I'm getting younger every day.
So, first question. You talked a lot about the shift from the product portfolio investment approach, Dan, you mentioned.
Well, away from project.
Away from and from project to product requirement. Does that approach require reskilling?
Yes.
What kind of change will that mean for skills?
Well, the biggest change that it will take, because it's a financial question at the end of the day, it requires different understanding in IT financial management and understanding how we value IT investments. And there are some things out there, I'm not allowed to name products, I guess, but there are things out there that can help you with that understanding. So the first people who need to relearn things are the financial people. And the next people who need to relearn things are the people who are governing the creation of software, which I hope includes architects, but it forces DevOps on people. If I tell you that your release bundle has to be implementable right now, and Gene Kim spoke at our conference in San Francisco, he gave that as an example. He said, don't worry, you can't measure, shirt sizes, all that's just nonsense, or function points, or we've been trying to do that. But what you can measure is, from the time you commit your code, how long is it before you can instantiate it? And the answer should be right now.
Yeah.
And if you're going to do that, DevOps is not optional. It becomes part of your release. So all those people need to learn how to work together.
Yeah, and DevOps is a key part of IT for IT now. I mean, you recognize CI/CD pipelines when you look at the standard. And I think from a skill set perspective, I came from IT and I didn't have a product management background at all when I became a product management. And I had to learn a lot of new things about the market, my customer, how to do needs analysis, okay? Prioritize those needs, look at the cost of goods, right? Understand the profit of my product. So you have to learn things that you don't necessarily see right now in an IT acumen.
And the other side of that coin is if you're a traditional product manager selling ball bearings that are just steel things with grease in them, you now have to learn about
code.
How does IT work? How do we build software? How do I talk to these people? What does that factory look like?
That's right.
It completely changes that work.
Yeah, and it scares me. It really scares me about, like, did the guys that knew how to make ovens know code? I don't know.
Yeah, it would, yeah, because it's in your house downstairs.
It's in my house.
Every night. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's right, yeah. Well, actually, you've touched on another question which I was going to aim at Mark, which is what's the difference in terms of product management between product management of a physical product and a digital product?
It's really what it comes down to, the code that runs that provides value, an outcome. Whether it's a ball bearing that's intelligent enough to tell you when to replace it, or in my world, it's purely digital. I have to know my dependents, my dependencies, and what's in my product. I look at it in three different kind of concepts.
So I don't really agree with that because I don't think there is no such thing as a pure digital product. That it always has hardware pieces, doesn't it?
Yeah, but I don't even own that. That's a relationship I have with a vendor.
You care about that.
I do.
You have to care about that.
Yeah. But I've abstracted it away from what I manage.
Well, I think we just, in all this discussion about understanding the stack all the way through all the turtles down to, was this turtle from China? What should we do about that?
Well, there's silicon running somewhere, physical silicon somewhere to run the code.
And if you go back to TOGAF, it tells you that. So you're learning all this abstraction in phase A and B and C, and suddenly in phase D, you're talking about a load balancer that has this IP address. Oh, okay, well that's different. That's because now we're real physical things. Yeah. And you have to do that, but you have to combine that. Again, architects are people who know a little about a lot. Right? They're not the best network engineer in the universe, but they know how all of this stuff fits together. That's, again, where the architecture perspective can help people who are being asked to do this. Yeah. If you're helping people succeed, they'll invite you to the meeting.
Yeah.
Okay, well, you've clearly inspired somebody, because the next question is, do you still need help in your working group where you are defining the interaction between the EA and the digital product owners?
Yes.
Or is the project too far down the road for me to get involved?
We're at the storming and norming phase right now. We're kind of norming on sort of this focus area of the intersection between these two standards, and there may be another one or two that we pull in where we can be opportunistic.
Well, I think that's a thread worth following, but we haven't talked about it yet, have we?
Yeah, but we're early enough that you can join and we can actually use your help. We have an outline, but of course, this was a very small team still. Yeah, welcome to help.
And there's the second part of that question, presumably from the same person, is when does your group meet and under which forum?
We are under the digital portfolio, officially, I guess, but it's called TOGAF for digital, so it's kind of an interesting hybrid, I guess.
I thought it was part of the architecture forum.
Well, yeah. That's
somewhere in there.
Somewhere in there, but I think it's open for anybody to join. The goal.
So the digital practitioners work group is open to, which I think is where this is happening, is open to any member of any forum of the open group. So maybe yeah, that's the way to answer that one, I think. And hopefully someone will be talking to you soon. Because it looks like it's someone in the room, because it didn't say it was an online question. No, this particular activity is a collaboration, and it's in a group that we created called the DPWG, and that is a work group, so open to any member of any forum.
The name of the work group is TOGAF Supporting the Digital Enterprise, and it meets at 12 o'clock Eastern on every other Wednesday?
Every Wednesday.
Every Wednesday.
Yeah.
So,
It's just you show up every other Wednesday. Don't you?
Well,
We have day jobs, right? We do have to juggle day jobs. but,
Yeah, no, of course, absolutely, and we appreciate that. That is it. Looks like Maggie's waving something at me, but. Oh, okay. Yeah. Thank you. So that's it for now. We perfect timing for those of us who are here in the wonderful Mayflower Hotel in DC. We will now move to our networking reception across the hallway. For those of you who are not able to join us, we'll miss you. But thank you for joining us online. And that's basically it. Thank you for your attendance today. We do have some events. Oh, breakfast and lunch. Yes, you gave it to me for a reason, didn't you? Breakfast and lunch tomorrow, that's Wednesday, will be on the second level. Where on the second level, you'll be directed, I'm sure, tomorrow. But find your way to the second level and you'll get there for those of you who are here. Thanks again for joining us online, those of you who are there. Thanks to everyone in the room for sticking with us over the last couple of days. We do have some activities tomorrow for those who are around, of course, which include the India Awards that we've talked about, the Open Group India Awards. That's actually something you can join virtually. 8 a.m. US Eastern Time is when it starts. Anyone interested, there is information published both on the Open Group website and on LinkedIn about that. We also have a data science workshop here tomorrow, which I think is in the afternoon. Thank you. Yes, it's in the afternoon here tomorrow. So, meanwhile, thank you all, and those of you here, see you in the networking reception, and thanks for joining us online, and a big last thank you to Mark and Dan. As they say, that's all, folks.